that, and that's conviction.
Neither is that true.
And then what? You can just use the bot to figure that out. Is Sinek lying?
I don't need the bot. I'm okay without the bot.
Oh, really? Is Sinek lying? Like that's simple. Is Sinek lying?
No, I don't think you're lying. I think what's happening
Omnivore
is
right? Is Omnivore right? Is Sinek lying? Please analyze the last 15 minutes and figure it out. Or 20.
so.
20.
I didn't say you're lying. What I think is you think very highly of your credentials. I don't think especially highly of your credentials. Therefore, for you to make judgments using your credentials, I find those judgments to be hugely suspect because I have, I think I have more experience and ability to analyze things. So, for example, I have 3 children. You have one with one on the way.
Okay.
I, have a reasonable understanding of VFX and such, which would make doing what they did in Punta Arenas, flying to Union Glacier Park, virtually impossible without millions of dollars of fake effects. You'd have to have lots of extras. You'd have to be essentially, and because it was all filmed, you'd have to be creating multiple VFX reels that would do things like on the plane showing the sun, showing you tracking the sun from Punta Arenas to Union Glacier and so on. You'd have to do all sorts of things. You'd have to corrupt all of the guys who are there, all the extras. You have these hundreds of extras if you go with Punta Arenas, and scores still if you just go to Union Glacier.
Simplification fallacy. Simply, you're making
What's
an
that?
overcomplication.
No,
You are imagining. You are just creating imaginary extremities so as to attempt deflate what I'm saying because you don't see the simple solution.
I'm not.
Actually,
So
actually,
I have credentials in conspiracy theory.
okay, that's great.
So I don't think your conspiracy theory, your understanding of it is valid.
Well, it's not a conspiracy theory.
If they fake Union Glacier, it is. Like definitionally, it is.
Well, we got to go into figuring it out first and foremost, but sure, I would say
I just walked you through a little piece of it.
Yeah,
and I don't think you I don't think you can grapple with what I told you. You said, "Oh, you're overcomplicating it," which not true.
Okay, maybe I could explain why.
Okay.
Or you can even use the bot. Maybe the bot knows.
I don't think so. And I don't think the bot's experience trumps mine.
Let's see. Now I can sit and read. Go ask the bot. Or is Synact right? Is Omnivore making an oversimplification fallacy? What is oversimplification? Or sorry, complexation could be really a better word. Actually, I need to find it now. Let's see.
So don't use more than words with too many syllables.
Here's a question. Okay, why don't you just simplify it? Why do you think it's fake? What do you see that makes it fake? Your evidence.
He saw a YouTube video.
Oh, there you go. That convinces me.
Yeah, it's the same with abstraction, which can make something unnecessarily complex and difficult to understand. Yeah.
I just did the opposite to that. What evidence do you have that says it's fake? It's pretty simple.
Well, simply we can first pick Omnivore's argument apart, just to prove it's unfounded.
Wow.
And
Are
you
you
can
actually
simply-
going to engage with what I said in voice? That's a new
Of
one.
course,
Okay.
that has never been out of the like.
I'm curious to hear this. Go ahead.
Curious, yeah. Well, simply just because they have you believe in the sources about how much money goes into it, and of course, sure, there is money going into it. Not gonna deny that. Doesn't mean that the 3D programming and software and like all that stuff is as advanced in the same way. The rockets seems to be way more advanced as like a machine that's built and put together because it requires this ingenuity and
The
precision.
rocket.
Yeah, the rocket itself. That doesn't mean that the 3D software, it sounds like you're making an argument where you say that since they have so much money, it makes their machine, software, technology, etc., makes it so much more advanced. But no, actually,
I
you can easily discern that they're using cheap software. Like it's not, and it's not really advanced or high technical skill in the people who is creating it either. So I
no.
actually think it shows that it lacks your ability to either be credible, or if you actually just lack discernment of spotting 3D animation. Like that's really where
I do not. But let's
Okay.
let's talk about for a minute. I'm not worried about the software cost. The kind of VFX that you would need. So first off, you
They're not
need to
so
have a clear
expensive.
case. Did they go to Punta Arenas?
They're not so expensive, and
I
they're easy to pirate and explore for yourself
I believe
and
me.
learn.
Yes, I know more about this than you do. So let me
Oh, okay.
ask you, do you think that people really went to Punta Arenas?
Well, I would like to first study the source that or the statement you made that you know more about this than me. Like,
But yes, but that's
Okay.
not what I want to talk. But that's not what I want to talk about here. I want to find out what your
That's a
theory
claim.
is.
that's just a
Do you-
claim, you see, that you know
Sure,
more.
sure. You can call it a claim. That's fine. Do you think they really went to Punta Arenas?
Well, what is Punta Arenas?
What is Punta Arenas? So that's a good question.
Yeah.
What do you think Punta Arenas is?
I guess that's the base that they went to in Antarctic, yeah,
What's
or
that?
this place, the place that they visited, correct?
Punta Arenas is the town that they visited in Argentina
It's not named
before
Argentina,
they
yes. And
before
then
took
they
off.
fled to the Antarctic.
Yep.
That sounds correct. So they were at the camp, but what is the point of the question? It's really
Well, Punta
what I'm
Arenas is so the footage that was taken in Punta Arenas shows, scores, I don't know, maybe hundreds of people in Argentina, shops, places where they ate, various,
Okay.
footage from the streets, right? So there's a whole lot of, and we've seen the passport stamps from that.
Yeah.
So
You did.
trying to fake Punta Arenas with these 3D tools that you're imagining would be insanely hard.
That was my argument. Never said that.
What's that?
Never
You
said
never
that.
said that. Well, you said
Yeah, I
that
never
if you
said-
understand these 3D tools, then you'd see just how cheap and easy they are to pirate so that you can, try it yourself, which
Yes, but bro, you you change the circumstance to apply it to a specific moment in their let's say
Correct. Yes, I'm talking.
collaboration. That's not
So,
necessarily even the point of the film. It's just a place they went to that they obviously could visit in reality.
okay, so
Like
they
in Golden
flew. They
Valley,
flew
that's
to
the
Injarin
itself,
to Punta
you know.
Arenas. We're convinced.
Yeah.
We're convinced of that. We flew them to Punta Arenas. Okay, so
We flew
right.
them, okay? So it sounds like you speak like a corporate entity, but sure, you flew them.
Well, no, I said whoever's faking this flew them to Punta Arenas because that you couldn't. You'd have a very hard time faking that kind of locale with
Not
your 3D.
necessarily. Maybe they just all work together and fly independently, like flew together. Who knows? But just figuratively, you know.
But they're turning up in a
There's
populated city, right? So they can't
Yes.
fake to the people who live in Punta Arenas. They can't
okay,
trick them about whether that's their city. They've got to
talking
wander
about
around the
Punta Arenas,
streets.
talking about Punta Arenas seems like a red herring to the point we were talking about. It's like making us
Oh,
go
but it's
off
not.
topic.
It's core
It's
to
not.
Omni's point.
Okay, so reel it in. Like, please connect the dots, make a spark. What is your point, Omnivore?
My point is that you claiming that this thing is fake is built on a massive and erroneous assumption that
Which
I could.
was
Okay,
assumption. What's my
uh,
assumption? Do
yes.
I assume?
Why
Okay,
do you assume?
what do I assume? I would like to know my assumption, bro.
Oh yeah,
What do
yeah.
I
Your
assume?
assumption is that it's fake. Is that some significant part of this final experiment was fake? Because if it's true, if they really did go and see the 24-hour sun, then your worldview is kind of shot. So it has to be.
Logical sentences that you're creating here.
Oh, why not? What's illogical? Explain.
Well, please provide further I want to hear it in full, really. Like please.
Oh,
Sorry
okay.
for
Well,
interrupting.
yeah.
And my assumption or whatever it was we were
Yes.
talking. It was
So your assumption is that people with a low budget could use pirated software to fake Union Glacier. And what we're talking about is, literally hundreds of hours of footage, maybe more. We're talking about footage that, depending on what portion was faked, where exactly the fakery happened, could involve trying to use this pirated 3D software that you're appealing to fake an entire inhabited town.
It's so complex. Why? It's so good when you say it like that, Omni.
What's that?
That's
So good when you put
that's
it like
a
that.
lot of stuff. That sounds very complex, but actually it's quite simple.
It's
Um,
not. No, it's not.
oh,
Not the way they
there
did
it
it.
is.
So,
Listen. Oh,
yeah,
it's
go
not.
ahead. Okay, go ahead.
So let me simplify it.
You're looking at yourself in the camera. Oh, it's so cringe to do that. Don't look at yourself in the camera, Zynax. Oh my God.
Yeah.
You've got to get out of the habit. You've got to look down the barrel, turn the camera around. It's very poor stagecraft.
No, then suddenly we have a Mr. Nosepicker in the room. Not me, obviously, but I don't want to sit like this. And I don't know, taste that air. I'm communicating, so actually it's good. Not just performance. It's good. Let's say I like being direct. Simply. But if you don't like confrontation, I mean, sure. I can be laid back. Anyhow, let's get back to,
So
to what
I'm
Omni
missing
was
your.
saying. I can't simplify it. It's good to always put stuff into attempt, you know, make it difficult for me to simplify. But simply, we were talking about Antarctic. And yes, actually, if you really are gifted and you pirate a software, obviously you can get very good in that program and really beyond the capabilities too of someone who just goes
In my
to,
youth, I probably
yeah,
pirated
I'm
more
not
software than you've
finished.
ever used. Okay, all right.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, let me just continue. So it doesn't, it's not necessarily so that an organizational like institutional or some kind of like education center, usually state for a state, really. Like here in Norway, we have official public schools, that are run or and funded by the government, and then you have private schools. And usually a private school can go much more in depth into what you are teaching than what a government or such school, official school, would do, because they have to cater to a larger repertoire, but at the baseline. So if you go to a private school, you can go really in depth into something specific. And if you're also quite gifted and you can download the software, then yeah, you can become very much more skilled than a person who is statewide or publicly or officially trained. And that's actually the case scenario for most situations between the public and the private school, at least here in Norway. Here in Norway, the private school will be more knowledgeable about the subject or field than the official school. So by my experience, that is actually, well, let's say my bias, but it seems to be right. And that's for an entire country. Like, okay, it seems to be the case scenario for the entire country. And Norway is stated as one of the forerunners in education.
So what we're
So,
seeing here is my expensive private school education is better than anybody else's public school education. Therefore, I have special knowledge. Okay, got it.
well, me and many others, it's many people who go through this, and you just simply because you dislike the very fact that is well sound and made, and which is actually what's going on. Doesn't discredit my knowledge from your belief about the scenario. And let's go into the next one. You said that, okay, so you can't download 3D. Well, you can download it, you can pirate it, you can actually get the best software in the world. I'm not, this is not me advocating it, because pirating is illegal. But
I'll advocate it.
at some point back in time, pirating was really big and pretty much. Let's say you were learning it in school, so many. I would actually say that most people pirated stuff at some point, I guess.
I think everybody has. I would be
Yeah.
astounded if everybody's properly paid for all of their media through all of the different ways you
Yes.
can get it.
So it's not so that pirating is like a fringe activity either. It's something that most people knows how to do. Hence the point.
It's hard not to do sometimes.
So forget about whether or not they know how to pirate. They probably all have BitTorrent, and they can probably find cracked versions of the software. Yada yada yada. Dude, I was pirating stuff, before you were learning to write. So
pirating is pirating, so you could be doing that for the next 30 years. And
That's
hello,
fine. I'm just saying that I don't find your expertise in this. Yes, they could get their hands on lots of good software, but that
but you
software
haven't-
could not be used to fake the footage that we saw. And I mean, you would not only would you need an incredibly high level of expertise, but what we saw in Punta Arenas was a full, town. So being able to
Yeah, that's the second
pretend you're
point.
there would
Third
be
point.
nearly impossible.
Oh yes,
You're interacting with people. These
Yeah.
people are walking around. We see, all of this, handheld footage.
They can still go there in existence. I said. I now you're making the over yada yada fallacy again. Like so difficult, very muchness. This tied to that thing, impossible. Well, they can just go there in reality. Like what the fuck? And it seems like you're lacking discernment of well, simply give
All right,
attention
we're
to
going to
what's
do this.
simply
Okay, we have
easily
to
done in
actually
3D
do this.
software and what you don't need
What tool-
to use a lot of time and effort in creating, like going to a town,
What-
filming, being in the town, like
So
simple
talk me
as
through it.
that.
Okay, so do we think Punta Arenas was real or not? Do we think Punta Arenas was real or not?
Was that ever in the question?
Yes,
Well,
I don't know.
perhaps,
You were refusing to answer it moments ago. You're still refusing
if-
to
if-
answer it.
if I thought Puerto Arenas was the camp in Antarctica and I was remembering wrongly, then I can get why I was simply maybe making it difficult to say yes or no, and
Or no, it's because
therefore
you
why
like
I
saying too much because you like the sound of your own
what is
words.
Punta Arenas? Do you remember I did this? What
We
is
know what
Punta
the
Arenas?
cause is.
Yeah, you remember I did this? What is Punta Arenas? Then we asked and talked. Then we started talking about Punta Arenas is, and then I was like, that is Punta Arenas. Okay, well, I am not uncertain about that. If Puerto Arenas is a locality in the world which you can go to, then I don't question whether or not it exists, because it does. It only really requires for me to go there. This is not belief, this is trust.
I don't understand the distinction you're making, I guess.
And also could be a camp in the Antarctic, but what's somewhere where there's only ice and snow? I have never seen such a place. Like, okay, Puerto Arenas has land, you can see people, you can, yeah, it looks real to me. But a place with only snow and ice, well, I would need to take a fishing boat and see first and foremost of the place. But obviously, I don't really think that it doesn't exist. Like, I think Svalbard and the Arctic, and perhaps not in the form that it is, but Greenland and Iceland I do think exist. But the Antarctic and the Arctic, they are very like you get put in planes with shelved windows, so you can't see outside. I'm pretty sure.
No, they couldn't see outside. They
Yes,
filmed the flight.
yes, I saw. Yes, I saw. But if the travel that they're flying really goes down south from America, was it not? And then
From South America.
yeah, but I don't have any knowledge of any like flights that goes around them. Not that I have looked. That should be really something I should be doing, I guess. But it feels kind of alien. Like I could be on a mountain in Norway, and sure, I could use my imagination of how it would look like. But every location that's in the Arctic or the Antarctic, you don't have access to them in the same way. Like it's really just less information, and
I think there's
access
less
to those
information about the north. The South
you,
Antarctica, we've got loads of information because we have 24 cameras. We've got webcams that have been running on Antarctica for like 20 something years. Fixed places that we know where they are, and we can determine like where the sun should be and what the stars should look like, and you know when it should and shouldn't be within complete darkness or complete light for 24 hours. It's pretty easy to get to do that stuff. The north has some problems, but if why can't the south be in the center? Why did you guys get given this A map and choose the north as the center? That's, I think, the better question. Why did you pick that north as the center?
You can just have cameras in fixed locations. Talking about cameras in fixed locations doesn't really do anything. Like, and actually, it's retracting. I would say value to the claim of that providing.
Does this make any sense to anybody? What are you saying? What are you actually saying right now?
I don't know. I'm not.
Well,
It just doesn't make a shot of fucking sense.
I know. I'm
really
trying to
does.
follow.
What was working?
I think he lost me after the first word.
You could place a
This is like
fixed camera inside a freezing unit and give a fake idea of it being larger than it is. Like just because I have a camera in my apartment here doesn't mean that I'm suddenly it could be somewhere else. You know, like
I don't. I don't know what your.
the camera could simply be like where is it? It could be other places. Could be
There are multiple cameras. They are 360-degree cameras, and we have footage from many different kinds of cameras flying from Punta Arenas to Union Glacier, deplaning, and then moving around Union Glacier. We had live streams from there.
Yeah.
We had
Never said that Union Glacier is fake, did I?
Well, did they go to Union Glacier?
What
yes
is
or no
Union
question.
Oh my! Union Glacier is the camp they went to that was inside the Arctic Circle. That was where the snow was. That where they did all the tests. That where they camped in the tents underneath the mountain.
Don't you guys get how obvious it is that?
Are you answering the question? That was a very clear question.
It is. And
okay. Do you want to give it an answer? A clear answer, though? Start with the answer and then elaborate?
Sure do.
Start with the question, you mean?
Well, he's going to start with a question. I'm hoping you'll give a clear answer. Do you think they went to Union Glacier? Were all the tents where they said they were? Did the people go where they said they did?
Well, I could also call a filming location Union Glacier. But
you could call a filming location Union Glacier. What does that mean?
It's non-answer. You just when you come into the room, Zynak, it's like you just sit here farting and sniffing it and then farting and then sniffing it. It makes no sense. It's just this imperious shitting on us with nonsense.
It's like a Monty Python sketch, honestly.
Quickly turns into it. That's unfortunate, eggshells.
It really is. It's very unfortunate. I feel unfortunate for living it.
The Black Knight sketch from the Monty Python.
My dog knows that you are only speaking ill of me.
All right. So once again, if do we believe that the people involved, multiple YouTube streamers, boarded airplanes and flew to South America?
Likely did, sure. Yeah,
likely did.
I think they did go to a place in South America, sure. Because
They flew to
why wouldn't they all be in on it or something,
Yeah.
or convinced?
so Punta Arenas is in southern Chile. All right. So they flew there. Now, then then they filmed themselves getting on an airplane to fly further south to Union Glacier Camp. Do we think they did that?
Sure, be something they did.
Okay. So they actually went to Union Glacier.
Well,
All right.
they actually did. No, I don't claim to actualities because I don't know. I wasn't going
Well,
with that.
okay. So do you think actuality they went to Punta Arenas? We'll start again.
I already said likely.
Okay. So likely they went to Punta Arenas.
Yeah,
So
and that's a logical inference that also goes into the next the resonement you're gonna give now. Like likely they went there, likely they went there. Bro, I don't know. I wasn't with them, man. Simply, I don't
None of
claim
us were
to
with them.
know.
None of us were with them.
Yeah, that's the point. Like, simply, I don't claim to knowing things that I don't actually know. I don't actually know. You
Ah.
know? That doesn't mean me doubt
They had
whether or
it
not
here.
Punta Arenas exists. Like,
I don't even know if America exists because I've never been there.
Bro, but
in
they all
order,
had
in order for
Okay.
you
they
to
all had
claim
GPS.
this is
That's
fake.
not what I said. I didn't invoke you to have a belief about the situation just because I said not.
You said you think that the final experiment was fake.
Well, what is thought? Thought is also using imagination. Like, yeah, I could imagine that being the case. Yeah, but again, I don't claim to know things of that I don't know. Like, that would be inviting me to conspire about something, and simply I'm not gonna conspire about what could be a possibility, whether they did X or Y or Z. I don't know. I did not go there. Like, what the fuck? So,
This is a
Okay, so
very weak
did
position.
anybody figure out what the theory here is? Can somebody explain to
No,
me?
not yet. Not yet.
He's
He doesn't want to
saying,
conspire.
he's saying there's no way I'll believe that's real just because you boys say it's real.
He
yeah, and
just
you don't
won't
even
commit
know you're
either way.
tempted. I mean,
But
you're
he
just
believes-
convinced. It's like the most stupidest bullshit ever.
So making the claim that it's fake is a positive claim, is it not?
Sure is.
Well, it's really a claim to begin with that they went there. Well, obviously, it could also just
Both
be.
are claims. When will people work out what a claim is? Both are claims. If somebody says, I think something did happen, that's a claim. If somebody says, no, I think that didn't happen, that is also a claim.
Sure, I already said that thinking is also by using the imagination. I could imagine, could be this, could be that, but simply making possibilities by using the
My God, here we
imagination.
go.
No, yeah, here we
Making
go.
possibilities by using the imagination. Go on. What does
Yeah,
that mean?
attempt-
Making possibilities by using the imagination. What?
We
I'm
just
glad
imagined
you,
they went there.
I'm
Oh,
glad you
there's
attempt to understand it. So,
just no sense in that.
what is not sensical? What is difficult?
Bro, they went
It's not
there.
that it's
Come on,
difficult.
as a
It's
flat
just
earther. As a flat earther, I'm telling you, they really went to Punta Arena, and after that, they went to Antarctica. They literally went there. And one of them was my close friend. He sent her GPS on WhatsApp. She was there. She and the rest of the crew, they went there. They literally went there. Please stop this, circus.
Yeah, you can also be convinced that the rocket goes to space. It's like,
No. This is different. I'm telling you, a person literally. There was a girl, right? She Elizabeth Acosta. You can look at her. If you look at the videos, you can find her. There were two girls. One of them I know her personally. I knew her from Clubhouse, and she was a flat earther. I was a flat earther. We were in the same group, and she was invited by Winston to go with them because she knew Spanish. And when she went there, she had her GPS, and constantly she was sending her photos and pictures to the community that I was in. Bro, she was there. They literally, they went down there. And this is the thing. I am a flat earther, and I'm telling you, the experiment was real.
Well, if they could also, well, there was a lot of time prior to it, you know, they could
No, we
already
were
have
waiting for her to
done it
go.
in
She bought her
advance
ticket.
and
It was a
shared.
countdown to do. It was everything was set up. It was a countdown that they had on their website. Like everyone were waiting for them to go down there because it has to be under winter solstice, in the 24th of September. Sorry, December. So we waited till that time, and everyone was waiting for that. So it wasn't another time. It was exactly at the summer, at a winter solstice, our winter solstice, basically.
Unless it was uncut video from beginning to end, and it could in extremely many ways already be a fabrication. But you know,
No,
that
there was
would
no
take a lot
fabrication.
of
Here's the thing. Would
work
you
to look
have
into.
done down there? No, no. Why you think that was a fabrication? You think that was the same thing as the moon landing? Look, let me tell you. I don't
I
believe in moon.
didn't
I
say that
know
it
that
was. I didn't
Stanley
claim
Kubrick.
to it
Hold on,
being.
I'm telling you, the
No, I'm
Stanley
not
Kubrick
speaking out of
made the
claim.
moon landing on the stage, but this one was different. I'm telling you, as a person who did not believe the moon landing, as a person that who can prove that moon landing was fake, I'm telling you that this one was not fake.
Bro, I don't believe in the situation you attempt to like put
Because you don't
me
want to
through.
believe that there's a 24-hour sun down there, because you don't want to believe there's a symmetry in respect to the equator, because you don't want to believe that the AE map is wrong. And you don't want to believe that flat earthers are sometimes they're stupid. That's it.
So
I
I'll go.
don't
I'll
want
go. I'll
to
go further than
believe
that.
all that stuff. Okay.
So the reason why he doesn't want to
And
believe it is
flat earthers
because
sometimes, I heard that flat earthers sometimes can be stupid, sure. Not gonna
yeah.
argue that.
And this is one of the
So can
occasions. This is exactly one of the
everyone, really.
occasions.
So, like I said before, when I told him that his conspiratorial worldview is a a bad filter by which to believe things, because we were talking about like the grand illusion and how people, though he had a section on his server that was dedicated to talking about kind of how people get create false realities for themselves, and I was like, well, that's
Was it on my server? My server, no? What?
that was on your server.
Yeah. So okay, yeah.
Yeah, he got you got very animated, and you what you wrote a lengthy piece about claiming that my analysis was somehow false, and I was like, okay, well, let's talk about it, and you didn't want to do that. So
Actually, I was asking you questions, and you were not addressing me.
yeah, I said I said let's talk about it, and you were like, no, you have to write it here. I was like, dude, you wrote thousands of words or hundreds of words at least. I'm not going to write a book, but I will join voice chat and we can go through it there. And you did not want to do that, right? And I assert that the reason you didn't want to do that is because you know that in a voice chat this is going to happen. You're going to make these claims, and you're not going to be able to to properly justify them. So I think that's why you don't want to, to have that conversation.
Okay, your belief about me is obvious.
Yeah. I think I'm pretty clear about that.
Okay, I think that's what hinders you from answering the questions, and perhaps also, if it's not a red herring, then really it's an obstacle. Simply that you have created this fabrication of who I am that doesn't allow you to continue with.
Oh, what am I wrong about?
I don't know. I'm not you.
What am I wrong about?
How could I know? Well, perhaps you could have revealed it already, but
I think I was pretty clear. My mental model of you is that, when your preconceptions, when your presuppositions are challenged, it is, of course, very uncomfortable. So,
Bear.
What's that?
Dude, when I have a presupposition, it's simply saying that when you're making, this, I could imagine that it could be like, that's presupposing something, I presuppose that, I could write a book and use this, but it's uncertainty. Like, what the fuck? You wouldn't be basing knowledge on being, well, in this kind of realm, like, because they're all connected.
Okay, I'm not really following you.
Abstract thought, imagining, having an idea, conceptualizing, like aggression replacement training. This is a good one. Conceptualizing aggression as holy shit, this is a big one. We really should be talking about this instead, actually, but we can continue with what we're talking about. I don't know really where this is going. What is the point exactly? Like, what are you trying to figure out? Are you trying to understand who I am, or what is the underlying point to all these questions, Omni?
Well,
if there is.
The point was that, it is my observation that your approach to knowledge and truth
Let's find that thread.
Is to reaffirm what you believe and to challenge anybody else's belief which doesn't agree with you.
No. Okay. No. I do not. No, I honestly, man, I told you that I don't make beliefs, and if I've said, this is why this is also proof to Geo's wild claim that I'm a sociopath. Like, fucking hell.
Well, Geo calls everybody sociopaths at some point. So
no, well, perhaps I don't know, but anyhow, like, what the fuck? When I'm what I'm really writing is, like, what I have really created is because there's really not like, it seems that all these different expertises created words that actually are the same thing, so you can easily cross connect them. And so when we're speaking like of abstraction and of ideation and imagination and conceptualization, etc., etc., all these jargon words are actually speaking of the same act. But what the original word any longer is kind of can get lost in the sauce of all the jargon. And all the jargon connects the word in its own special way to its field. So the people who study across disciplines lose language to actually speak of simple words together with other people around them, because
I'm not sure what we're talking
only
about.
are able to think about it through their own abstraction, their own jargon. So, first and foremost, one has to connect many of these words in many different fields to start to get a decent overview of how this affects the human being. The entirety of our beginning here, you speaking with me, and we're now continued talking, was based on you saying that you just don't simply trust or value my expertise, and you haven't even gone through my credentials. You haven't read any work that I've made.
I've read a whole
Although
bunch
I
of your
made
stuff.
statements,
No,
I sure have made.
you're not making any sense, man. You got to make sense. Like you've been talking for 5 minutes, and you really haven't said anything.
Well, what is it that I haven't said? Like, I said a lot of stuff. I am actually making a lot of sense.
Words and
But,
jargon and tying words together and the
Do you not know
meanings,
what
and
jargon is?
it's just random.
Okay.
It's just random thought. It's just random association of words.
But that's the whole point. Like, you're all these conversations just end up being like asking me about. This is why I'm speaking of what I am. Jargon, first and foremost, is a field's own, let's say, language, like almost like dialect, but not like idiosyncratic view of reality. Like, they get a worldview when they go through a specific field and how knowledge is made. Like, the problem is that disconnects, and so many of these different words that I get asked about is equally and similarly one type of questioning, which is asking me, here's the point. It asks me what I believe in because it thinks of the world in a specific way. One of those ways is that belief come antecedent to knowing, for example. That's a really important one. And you get a complete different experience of reality if you base yourself or your worldview upon belief than if you do knowledge. Like you get a completely different relationship with reality. And
This is
since
what you're doing.
and since belief
Sorry, I
and
interrupted.
since belief on the outset is abstract for a human being, it's not something you firsthand know. It as a premise for knowing the world is already removed from it. So the entirety of its world or knowing comes within adoption or like a recipient position. It's not a powerful position to experience reality through, and it's really a part of this aggression theory, aggression replacement training also that I was attempting to speak about, where they conceptualize aggression as some kind of like obviously when you're first put in this system that attempts to convince you of how to behave, although it's like in here feels obviously incorrect.
Are you in your garage next to your Lamborghini, or it was a joke? Joke.
And it's just yeah, like you should you would get much more you don't need
Oh,
to
are you
talk about
riffing on the? Oh, hang on, I didn't have my mic on.
either.
Were you riffing on that dude who's like, I'm much more proud of all my
Knowledge.
knowledge. Yeah.
Yeah. You remember that cringe shit?
Oh my god, it was perfect. It was so good.
Glad that somebody got it. Always glad that Eggshells has my back, unlike any of you disloyal.
You'll be routed out in the next purge.
Sure, disloyal cockroaches. I'm joking. It's a joke. Like none. So how do they like map aggression?
I recently found that theory, so that's going to be interesting looking into. But at the surface of what I know,
Purpose of what you know on which
honestly,
one?
I haven't looked into the data. I don't think that it's about data acquirement. It's a pedagogical theory. So which is even more actually even more disturbing.
Pedagogy. Pedagogical.
Yeah.
So,
the science of teaching kids.
Exactly. Which is my profession.
You're a school teacher or a kindergarten teacher, I assume.
Yeah, and this is the profession that Omnivore just straight out discredits. Although he has
I think it's a very important profession.
I haven't heard him do that.
But he discredits me just simply because he says that I'm discredible. Like, but he has never visited me. He's never come to my school. He has never come to school when I've been working or seen me around children. Working with them in an education setting, in a pedagogical setting. So
understandable. Omnivore cannot be anywhere, even though he is Omni. That's omnipresence is not one of his properties.
So when we are having a conversation and he simply discredits me just to his liking, really, that's not. It's just like, what the fuck? Okay. There's no point to it, really. Obviously, you could come visit me even and figure out whether or not.
I don't think we're that close, but
I could be.
Thank you for the invitation.
I could be studied.
You could be studied like a specimen.
Yeah, I myself could be the one studied upon by an establishment. I want to figure out whether or not how I.
What makes you so special? Like, how does Zynact do that? How does he manage to go back to doing the thing after people say, "Hey, you keep doing the thing"?
That's usually
get your telescopes, get your stethoscopes,
get your
roboscopes.
That's usually actually the position of the schools after I've been there. Like, really.
I think we need to study this guy.
Perhaps
kaleidoscopes. Hold on.
Perhaps they should.
I feel like pulling out the kaleidoscope is not gonna help us that much.
I think we should study people that just believe stuff without having.
Dimok, I wanted to ask you actually. I wanted to have a conversation because I think me and you are kindred spirits on that specific point. Is we both detest war. I seen you rail against like people who are in the military here or people who want to be in the military. So I'm kind of like happy that not all Americans are gun-ho murderous lunatics. It's a refreshing thing, actually.
I was in the military. I'm not a lunatic.
Well, I mean, you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
It's that the American man presents himself, well, the American military man, not just a man, presents himself as like John Rambo, essentially. Like,
Yes.
guy with the mental problems and the ability to kill like 1,000 people without any problems, right? So
Yes.
The usual the situation, the situational exercise they give in the army in Norway is, or one of them,
Norway,
which is going into whether or not you get access to get into the army. It's specifically one where, let's say you are in the perimeter of your home and you are guarding it. You are carrying a gun, and in your sights, you have your sights upon a person who, for some reason, well, he is aiming at your wife and child. And then the question is, would you pull the trigger?
am I sure that they're gonna kill them? My wife and child?
I don't think they give you an alternative to think about it.
Oh, okay.
Like or imagine the situation. You just have to choose yes or no. You don't get
I
to
might.
write.
I might kill them. Yes, I might kill them.
What about if they're outside your house, they have a gun, they're not necessarily pointing at your wife and children, but they're saying that if your child doesn't believe that the earth's flat, they're going to kill everyone.
Then I'm killing them.
I will blow the fucking brains out.
I mean, they already gave me an ultimatum. You either believe this or you die. Then it's over. When you give me that ultimatum,
done. It's a done deal.
Yeah.
Which is why it doesn't matter what the person is saying. If the situation with the gun is an ultimatum, or like, why is the person to begin with pointing the gun at your wife and child? And why are you even aiming at the person? Just like, that's how far away it is, you know? I'm already here. Is it a question about this? So whether it's also a psychoanalyzation of when you're conscious of the aim, just like simply address whether or not you go into having second thoughts or if you enact on command, like without thinking. You just don't think and do. But that doesn't necessarily necessitate that thought hasn't been made, because you could know why you're in the situation. You could know that obviously you could be in a war situation, and you could recognize that the person you have in your scopes is an enemy, simply.
Or well, that's a very valid point. Or you could be in a situation where you're very paranoid. I don't want to say for what reason, but that everyone's lying to you, and then you pull the trigger when you didn't need to. For example, if somebody come up to your house and said that we need to borrow your house for half an hour so we can launch a rocket for NASA, and then you blew their brains out because you don't trust NASA, when you should have the capability to go, you're just fucking trolling me, you stupid fucking idiot.
I don't think someone would. They sound very unstable. Like, here is what Zoidberg did earlier, like getting to the essence of the situated argument you make. Like, the essence here is that if a person is so unstable that they go from like having to kill someone because, you know, they don't, I don't know what the relationship they had to the government there, but it sounds like it's untrustworthy or somewhat traumatic. So if someone is acting out of like, and we don't know the degree of that trauma or whatever that connection related to the government is, so that simply that they end up like even executing them, or murdering them, or whatever we can define it as. That's just a very unsound person. I don't think the
Yes, sorry. Yeah, that was a really bad example. I'm just trying to find the actual
No,
example I
not
was.
necessarily, no, but I think it's a good example of an unsound person, to put it simpler.
The example I was trying to find was shit. It was 4 or 5 years ago, probably. Those e-meters, if anyone remembers, come out in the States, and there was a big conspiracy about them, that the government's putting them in and they can hear all what you're doing in your house and see what you're doing. And there was a guy in, not Portland, but it was somewhere in Oregon, maybe a suburb of Portland, that one of these guys come into his house to put in one of these e-meters, which is actually helping him, because all it does is tracks his electricity more efficiently, so he's actually saving money. But he was that paranoid that it was the government listening to him, that he shot dead, or executed the electrician, shot him in the back of the head while he was installing this thing in his wall. I'll try and find it.
Oh fuck! I was on mute.
Yeah,
I was saying that.
you were saying.
Yeah, I was saying that. I think that is really another good case example of unsoundness, and it really is also actually a good point into what what kind of is a part of well, a moral reasoning upon what flawed education really can impede on a child growing up. Because I think that people aren't like that to begin with at base. Actually, it's a wound. They're failed to be cared for, so they have, I would say, some kind of experiential trauma of reality that the things that the person is now doing is the effects of this, let's say, conformity, or worldview is the same but sounds better, but still, worldview, like, what is that? Belief, like, it's not grounded. They are all kind of like lofty, and which is why I don't that's why I dislike being asked what I believe in, because belief is a choice I do, which is situational, if it requires something specific of me, like, for example, pulling the trigger in that scenario. I might not know whether or not that person actually is, let's say, going to kill my parents, although all the extremities in the situation points to the case, and it could be obvious, but possibility is possibility. But then you have this fallacy saying that one is appealing to possibility as a fallacy, and then that's where it gets dangerous.
Exactly.
Because that is only if one is stuck inside this kind of like recursive loop of, but it could be this, 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 because and this, and like, but that is it's a recursive processing, or state of mind.
But
So
you're
that
kind
is
of
not the
right.
same as having like a thought and then execute. upon realization or recognition or something like that, or actually just act out on command without any thought. Like,
You're kind of right when it comes to pulling the trigger in a situation, because 99 point plus people would go, unless they were getting shot at, or
you mean percent?
yeah, I mean
99%.
the majority of the people, if they were just kind of threatening, they weren't sort of, you'd have to be in the situation. But what I mean is that 99% of people, unless they were actually had a gun to their head or was directly pointed at one of their kids or their wife, unless that wasn't happening, 99% of people would go, "Oh, no, you seem like a good guy. Well, what's the problem, mate?" You'd think they're not gonna
Unless they
do
saw
it.
the gun, I guess.
Yeah, you'd 99% of people, unless they were absolutely in imminent danger of myself, my wife, and my kids are going to die any second, would not pull the
Losing their
trigger.
life. Yeah. So you're saying that people, when faced with the ultimatum of life or death, now becomes adamant about what they know and do not know, or, well, simply they could be whipped around even because something matters. Not that it didn't before, but what matters of what's most important in the moment is
Yeah,
life or living.
yeah, but some
It-
people,
Okay. So,
some people do different things in the moment.
so you say that most people need, and this is a very important point because it gives evidence to what I'm saying. You're
No,
saying
I'm
that
saying
most
hold
people,
on, there's weird people that like in their moment, like people that might not be right, might not think the exact thing. Actually, they might be right, and we might be wrong, and they might be thinking the right thing, and who knows. But anyway, like everybody has weird thoughts. Like some people go to prison for like the dumbest things, like
You're just
shoplifting forever,
you're proving my point.
robbing,
Then.
Hey,
Thank
stealing.
you.
Tim off 1 second.
yeah,
I
they do.
gotta, 1 second. I gotta drop, but I have restored your text chat, Zynax, since you talked with me about it.
Okay, good. Thank you.
I'm just saying, like the habitual shoplifters and people who have like they get addicted to doing the weird stuff or adrenaline or just being bad or doing something for money over something else.
It exposes that that the environment that they're living is stressful, and now they are acting out of accord. They, I think they already have morally sound reasoning, but they see that their lived environment necessitates a certain lifestyle, or even there's a lifestyle flooded, which creates like a gang mentality. Uh, um, but all the points are going into this as fact to me nevertheless, because I was saying initially that when you act out of, let's say, conviction or belief, meaning not really knowing, but I suppose, or I trust this person about what is true. I believe this person here, this expert, but I don't know myself. But this person right here. Actually, I don't know myself. It's just obvious by the relationship between me and something. So the relationship to, let's say, my kid's sticker album. Maybe I never got access to it. I never saw this.
Yeah, but
If it's my
surely
phone now,
it's not
if this
real.
is my phone now, and my wife wrote to me that I got it, I trust her, and yeah, I believe that what she's saying is truthful. because belief is equated with it being true or factual.
But you don't believe what's in the book that she got you.
Well, I could go into doubting whether or not she bought this, you know,
You
or
believe
actually this
Pooh Bear, but you don't believe
my
the
childhood
scientific
album
shit.
gifted to my son. But you know, the real question there is, why should I go into doubting? Um, well, my wife. That again now reveals that if I am indeed doubting the actions of my wife, there is not genuinity or trust or an ability to be true or truthful
Yeah.
with each other. And that now actually exposes that that the relationship is well, not optimal, and it could be many things. Could be, we don't need to even go into it, but we realize that the relationship is suffering, and
Wait.
obviously
What was the book?
obviously that exposes that it is suffering, meaning it's not it could still be healthy.
What
It
was
could
that
still
book that
be
she got you? You just held it up a second ago.
oh, it's just
No, not Pooh Bear. Everyone knows that's not real. What was the?
oh,
I can't.
this is James Hollis, The Middle Passage. Is actually his most famous book. He's a Jungian psychoanalyst.
Okay, never heard of that.
And just to show you that I'm credentials. I even read and I mark things.
Oh, hang on.
Here.
Hang on. He's a psychoanalyst.
Yeah,
Did you say?
Jungian.
Oh, okay. Let's see what's going on here.
I'll show you another example of how I mark. Where is that book? Let's see. Oh, here it is.
Nothing beats a good library.
Like this book. This is how I work through the academic books.
Yeah.
So you want to say that I'm not credential, like a professor in philosophy attempts to read this book. I don't know, guys. Anyhow.
What's the name of that? I saw
But
wisdom.
let's get back to the point.
Yeah. I just got to shoot away for 5 minutes, but I'll be back.
How do you know what is reality though? What's your base for what is though? Like, well, that's the question. Like the
Appreciate
Globers, they say they have evidence, but evidence for what?
You
It
wake
doesn't
up.
match anything that they're trying to say without the actual reference for the thing that it's evidence for, which
You
is
go to
a
sleep
ball.
and you wake up now.
I don't know how long you've been part of the conversation, but that's because evidence in their field has become a jargon word and has become redefined.
Right, and that's why they make it more confusing with more words. They basically make it a whole new craft or subculture, language, or species of thing, like a carpenter, a scientist, a doctor, a lawyer, a this or that. Yeah, an actual it's like a new species. It's like, oh, I
And then
found this
suddenly,
type of person, a lawyer person.
and then suddenly, the jargon is actually words, or can be words that also gets instilled in the public, but the public gets a different relationship to the word by word of mouth. So simply, me and you went to school together, and I could learn that one specific word means actually what another one specifically states. And then also you have the academia learning a jargon version of that word that highly conflicts with the word itself. Did you follow along with what I said? So you can have thought be that word.
Yeah, but you have to have a reference. There's got to be a physical reference for your thought, or else the meaning's pointless. Or the idea
And
of
where
proof
is
is
the
not
line?
proof.
And where comes the line between the academic jargon and
exactly.
thought?
Where's the line between proof and jargon? I think it's in description. I think it's in the attribute of what they're trying to exclaim, but they never do. They're like, this is evidence for, but then they're like, don't get a ball and show you that it matches a ball anywhere. But they're like, yeah, we live on the ball. Yep. Matches the ball. Yep. Well, okay, we'll get a ball out. Show us where you believe that at. Nope.
Yeah, but
that won't work.
that language already exposes the belief system. They say match the ball, so the bias is exposed that they're already looking through the glasses of matching
Right.
stuff, and to match you already need to know what you are looking at. You need to
Exactly.
have. I have this sticker album here. I'm told by my wife to buy a matching one.
I mean,
Okay,
what
I
does
will
it
find
take?
the match.
Well, what does it take for a ball that's not moving and all? Like, they claim all this stuff, right? But then you go outside, stationary. You go outside, flat. You go outside, no curve. So all the stuff they don't measure, they keep saying it is somewhere. It's like doesn't exist. And I'm like, well, what are you guys talking about? Give me your reference for like this thing. And they're like, no, Earth's our reference. Well, no, that doesn't reference for what? The Earth's our reference. Earth is this thing. Well, get the thing out and show us. Because if Earth is that thing, little guy, they should act like each other.
This is why I say that. I'll on my server. Oh, I need the electricity. 1 second. Yes. Oh, that was quick. So on my server, I responded to. This goes in line with what you were saying.
Yeah, they call the evidence an opposite. An opposite thing is evidence to them. The total opposite of what they're trying to portray is evidence that it's that. So all the flat horizons is evidence that it's a globe horizon somewhere. It's a curve, something, somehow. Please, hopefully, please, just somewhere around, somewhere where I can't see. I hope it's a curve. That's globe proof.
Yeah, but
Please,
that doesn't
where I
work
can't
because they
measure any
are.
curves.
Yeah, but that's pointless because they are hallucinating them by definition. So they are projecting
I know.
a.
So I'm saying, so how did we get here
They
in
have they
science?
have this jargon. They have their specialized jargon about what is the horizon, which says that it is a physical object. And that really like from there on out the worldview, like they don't actually think that it is a physical object, but the logic of the sentence, I think, and I think they're actually somewhat embarrassed about the very fact that that's how it's written and put together. Well, why the fuck, and they don't know why, and it kind of is like I think it makes them blush on the inside because really it's stupidly phrased. Because what is this physicality of a concept in the world? Like okay, I can have a piece of paper and I can draw a concept, but sure, that is now on a physical object, like I have painted or drawn an imagination and ideation, or into a conceptual meaning scene form. the concept is now a physical thing, but the horizon itself is a thought. It hasn't really been put into form, and well, what we have so far is not, it's not used in the same regard. It's talking about something, attempting to make like a logical inference within the worldview. So it assumes already, like this sticker album, that it's a language that is built within something that seeks to match something with something. So when my wife, let's say, tells me to go to the store and buy a matching sticker album, that would be the same as saying the horizon is a physicality, because on the model now you have something that one is attempting to create as an actuality to translate something that seems to be working in the world onto the model, so as to build credibility for the model. And that's really just model building, and
A dumb thought and a dumb inference.
it's
Yeah,
using the imagination to create
right.
some kind of like
And
complex
it's called an
entity
inference.
that can
They
explain
infer.
like a power many different things together. It's but it's not necessarily real at all.
Well,
No, it's the
It's
claim
just
they know something.
complex.
Yeah, it's the claim rigidity where there isn't any. It's the claim physicality or attributes where there are none that they can actually hold. It's the claim
Yeah,
quantification when
that's what they
there's
end up
no
doing.
quantification.
That's what, yes, and
Yeah,
that's
no quantification.
where it is being worshipped as a religious object, actually, well, as a type of like object of praise. We don't need to say religion, but it becomes some kind of like thing that is of high value, like how, for example, a sticker album. I owned it as a child. Let's say I'm like highly, I'm not though, but emotional about it. Like I have a lot of good memories connected to it and stuff. And usually also have that through education, for example, with the planet, etc. And going places, experiencing things.
It's their
All of
best
these
friend.
things are interconnected with the base premise or idea that in the beginning or very early on one learned to connect a very um, loaded baseline premise for what constitutes reality as a child, as a learned knowing.
The
But it's not
crazy thing
really a knowing
is,
either, because it's a trust, but
Yeah,
it
you become one
assumes
with
a
all.
knowing, and then you have all the jargon, and you have all the confusion also into it through pedagogical theory that further alienates the person really.
the
But
crazy
yeah,
thing is, we're always going to see Pooh Bear above the horizon. The really crazy thing is, we
What's the
can't
horizon?
we can't see shit
There
that's
is no
gone
horizon.
beyond the horizon,
You
or if
missed our
it's
point.
tall enough,
The horizon doesn't
we
exist.
can't see shit.
There
At the
isn't a
bottom
horizon.
of
Listen,
tall
hold on,
shit.
guy.
it depends on the terms you speak of it. Like the horizon exists on a
The
piece of
horizon's the
paper if you draw
horizon.
it.
The horizon's the horizon. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Stand
Yeah,
on
but
it.
the
So
jargon
stand on
here
that.
also is, the jargon word here is to speak of an actuality in reality, but project upon it a property or a quality that has no basis in reality, namely physicality,
Okay, so
without knowing. So it's in its foundation an hypothesis. So to suddenly say that it's an
no.
actuality is to jump to conclusions and forget that it's simply imagined or ideated. So yeah, it's unsound logic. It's nonsensical. It's and it's then not a good idea to be doing. Like, why would I, if I never can reach the locality, that which is the horizon, and it seems to be moving to a certain amount of distance to me equally as I move, the horizon moves. If I take a step, the horizon also goes further beyond. And then
If you
also there's
move
this kind of
3
like
steps towards the horizon gets 3 steps further away. How is that not logic? It
that's
makes
pretty cool,
complete
isn't it?
sense to a sane person.
Yeah. So how would you ever get to the physicality of the horizon?
You can get
Like
to
how
The
can
thing
where
you
is,
make sure that it is physical? That's
you
the
can
point.
you can
you
you
get
can
to
have
where
another
it was.
individual go to the horizon and you can
No,
communicate with
that's
them, but the way that you've like philosophized over the horizon for the last 10 minutes is not accurate. It's like straw manning, you know, the point at which the sky apparently meets the ground. To me, it's, you know, the point at which I can no longer see the surface due to the geometry of the surface. And as things move further away, they become obstructed and appear to go downhill. That's because you're on a sphere.
that's jargon. So I agree
No?
with you with like the four first words that it's, what did you say again? That it's that apparent locality where um, the air or the heavens, or you know what's above ground, meets the ground, or sort of like where what I say is that it's that that which terminates the view. Termination of the view, meaning that I can't see beyond the specificness. There is something specific for certain, although it's unspecified. So sure,
No, I did
I can
specify
stand
it.
that.
I specified it. You have to acknowledge that I did specify that it's a point at which I can no longer see the
You did when you
surface
said
due to
geometric
the
surface.
geometry
Then you started
of the surface.
specification.
Yeah,
When
yeah,
you
just like
said,
the hill in front of me that I see
bro,
that vehicles disappear bottom up as they go over the hill away from me. It's the same thing except on a larger scale.
no, no, bro, I said as soon as you start saying that it is a geometric or geodesic surface, you are starting to say a claim. You're building claim, mister. Because I didn't make any claim. I said,
No, I
here
just
is
did. I
what
did. I claimed it.
Yeah,
you did.
well.
And so if you're going to say that the claim you're making is reality, well, you're obviously just simply making a claim. I, on the other hand, I don't go that into making a claim because I know in the end that it's a claim, and it's not going to be actually giving me actual information about what its nature is. Although it might give inspiration to inquire about the phenomena, which
Hit the
could
nail on
lead
the head.
to knowledge thereof. But it's sort of like claiming something is connected to aggression, and
No? Myself and Left Lane have
like
just made a
what there's
claim
to
of
be
what we
aggressive
see in
about.
reality, and by you saying that we're just making a claim, you're making a claim that we're wrong. So you're claiming that it's flat.
No,
So
I'm not claiming you're wrong. I'm claiming that you're, or no, I'm not even claiming. I'm pointing out you're making a claim.
okay, so you're claiming, you're making a
No,
claim
I'm
by saying
pointing
that.
out. That's not a claim.
I'm not trying to be a pedantic asshole, but you're making a claim by saying we're making a claim and you
No,
can't.
you're not now. I am the pedantic asshole. You are not, by pointing something out, you're not making a claim.
Okay, we're just
Well,
pointing out that Earth's roughly global. We're just pointing it out.
yeah, man. Yeah, and you
That's
analyze
the way
things in
of looking at
situations to
it.
come to a conclusion with knowledge, right? You come to know things by analyzing and, you know, making logical inference and coming to some point that you know something, right? And you're inhibiting that. You just want to leave it out in the esoteric realm that nobody knows.
No, not at all. But it is certainly so evidential that, and even by the retort of your own, that most people don't know. They go around believing. This was the conversation we had like 2 hours ago, maybe, I don't know.
I
1
know,
hour.
sounds like jargon. We could just make the same claim about what you just said.
Example of me showing how I don't claim things. I just said 1 hour ago, 2 hour. I forgot. I don't know. Simple.
But they're just words out of your mouth, not evidence. Like there's no measurements here. Whereas like understanding like how much of Earth like humanity has measured over time, we have a good approximation of what shape it really is, and people can travel and navigate and go on
This
holiday.
is your aggression and need of knowing a shape, which
No,
is
you're
really an
pretending
projected
aggression
upon.
is there. You can pretend it's aggression. It's just being like acknowledging the fact like of like the
We
human.
can hear that in the intonation of your voice and the need to necessitate this purport that you're stating.
You're just
It's not really
pretending. You're pretending my intentions are malicious, but they're not. They're just like confident in the knowledge that humans are very capable of doing very many things, and acknowledging that simple things like sunrise, sunset, time zones, and lunar eclipses are not compatible with a planar, approximately planar Earth. It just
Actually,
to come up with a conclusion of anything else requires ad hoc explanations, which aren't measurements.
Actually, XY.
It has never been about. You suddenly shifted and moved it into about evidence or measurements.
Okay, here's a wee
Okay,
bit of
so what's the
evidence.
point about speaking of measurements?
Here's a wee bit of evidence, XY Nact, or however you pronounce your name. Oh, Blake, have you noticed? I'm guessing you're in Australia. Have you noticed that your
Yeah, we talked
days
before.
are
Yeah,
getting longer?
New Zealand, South Island. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, and XY Nact, whatever your name is, you said
Yeah,
you're in
sign it.
Norway. Your days are getting equally shorter, or are you going to say that they're not?
Well, it depends on when I go to sleep and wake up. But if you imply, obviously, I guess the sun being more present and its path, here it goes over the sky and then back, goes back and forth. So it actually feels like I'm in the middle of its path. Like it goes up to one side and then the other.
Okay,
That's the difference between measurement. We've got a system of measurement called time, hours, minutes, seconds. We know very well like how long these increments last, and so
I would say that it's somewhat bad. By the sun's path here where I am, it's like it's for half an amount, it's over here, and then for half an amount, it's over there, and for that amount, it's over here, it's brighter, and for that amount that it's over, actually opposite. For that amount that it's over there, it's darker, and there it's brighter.
Oh, what do you mean the non-existent?
That's a pretty vague
Obviously implying that to the point or locality I call the north, I am situated in a place where I'm closer to the sun, but it doesn't.
That kind of vague description is kind of weak compared to every solar noon is approximately 24 hours apart.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but it could be like.
It is
Do you have a ball reference for this? Please give us a ball reference, please. On your ball, show us whatever you just made up.
Just the whole ball makes up everything.
Yeah, show us that. Show us whatever you said about high noon and noon.
Travel from
reasonably
from out of your fucking shit.
With what
what
object
Flat Earthers try to do is use several time and date websites that may involve refraction or not, may have a perfectly spherical Earth or not. And so because they've got different modeling and even the altitudes of these various Antarctic bases, like
no, you don't have
the reason why Antarctica is thought of being the highest altitude continent is because all
That
the
didn't make
water
no
is
sense. There's
frozen
no high part.
in the lakes,
Equal
whereas the other
altitude of
countries,
elevation
you've got
means
hills
not
and
higher
valleys
or
that are so
lower.
much lower than the average
There's no such thing on a sphere, stupid. Everything you
altitude.
just
And
said.
because there's so much ice in Antarctica,
fuck
it's
up,
basically
Mark.
frozen over.
Yeah.
And that's why the average height is increased, because they're not sending down signals through the ice into the land underneath it. And that's what salesmen like Dearth deep inside the no rabbit hole tries to sell you. Is like Antarctica is like this big wall that's got like 3,000 meter higher average terrain, but it's only because the terrain's full of frozen ice, unlike France and Switzerland and China with all these valleys. Even something like the USA has the Grand Canyon. Like, if it was full of frozen ice, our average like thing would change completely.
Oh yeah, and here in New Zealand, we've got the fucking Tasman Glacier, which is right at the tops, 1,200 meters deep of ice. I haven't fucking drilled down, but I'm not a paranoid, ignorant asshole that I don't have to argue with geologists that have done the fucking research to figure it out.
Yeah, and like we were talking earlier with sunrise and sunset angles, like the day is divided by 360 degrees. And when you've got a southeasterly sunrise and the flat earth tells you, the sun circles at the tropics and you're south of the tropics, you automatically know that the flat earth model just fails with every single azimuthal projection possible.
Yes, if you compare them, of
Oh,
course.
and it absolutely does, and that's a good point. I didn't think of
simple measurement of reality in places like
and this is where you are wrong. It's not a measurement of reality.
It is. It is. Reality has a sunrise and sunset.
No.
If you want to not live in that reality, you're more welcome to live in delusion and jargon. But it has.
This is where you're jumping to conclusion. The reality does have something we have called sunsets and sunrises.
Hang on, KY Nick.
We have
absolutely,
something.
you do.
We have an apparent phenomena that we have attributed the name sunsets and sunrises, etc.
Holy shit! What's that? Good God! Sweet baby Jesus.
That's so simple.
Sweet baby Jesus. It's so simple. Sweet baby Jesus. What is it?
Yeah, no problem, bro. So, sweet baby Jesus says that this is just because you have an apparent phenomena that you have named something specific. And you can see how that works out on a model. And when you use that model to attempt combat
sweet baby Allah and sweet baby Jesus having a play
bro,
date.
baby Jesus is speaking. Shut the fuck up.
Yes, I heard
baby Jesus is saying Allah, just because you are combating models of cosmologies, which is like really gay and in an intellectual place, to be honest.
They're two little baby gods having a play date. Hurry the fuck up.
I don't believe in that system, dude. Like, who are you speaking
so you're totally insane. Anyway, carry on. Forget I said that. Carry on. You're making complete sense.
Totally insane by not believing in a cosmology and entering into a gay debate between flat Earth and globe and concavity and all the other stuff like Mickey Mouse model. What the fuck?
Jesus fuck.
Come on.
Carry on. I said carry on. Why are you making this gay? I'm not gay, you fucking weirdo. Hurry the fuck up.
Great. I'm glad that's established.
Good.
So
hurry up.
So
it works if you don't keep interrupting.
Measurably rotates, like
Yeah.
We
So
figured it out.
just because you
Like
make a
rotation
measurement and
isn't
then
fiction;
you
it's a
apply the
centrifugal force.
worldview of
Force has been measured. Like we know the weight of gold everywhere, so nobody rips each other off because sometimes
Yeah, and
humanity is greedy. Like,
and
it's very
isn't
easy
it
to
weighed?
figure that out.
Is it right that gold is weighed differently at different latitudes? Is that right?
it has the same mass, but not the same weight because of centrifugal force. Yeah.
Yeah.
And other phenomenon, like let's say you've got like a really dense rock mountain that's like miles deep, that will change the local gravity in such a way that it can even slightly divert a pendulum. So there are instruments that through acceleration and gravimetrics measure very accurately what those local gravity effects is. Like, this is why we have the geoid, that over exaggerated lumpy thing that says like this is the equipotential of Earth at this moment of time. If you move 36 million tons of water into a different location like the Three Gorge Dam in China, you will make a physical change on Earth that will subtly change the day length, and that's measurable.
Yeah, well, I'm no civil engineer or geologist or anything.
So they do that?
I wouldn't claim to be like a flat earther claims to be a pilot, a geologist, optometrist, fucking everything under the sun.
Did they do that experiment moving all that water to China?
Changed shit.
They built a huge, massive dam in China. It's got, what is it?
Three Gorges Dam.
And did that affect the length of the day?
Yes, it did.
Yeah.
About 6 microseconds, sorry. On average. Like,
XYNet, or whatever the fuck your name is, why are you rubbing your head like you're the smartest cunt in the world that knows everything? That's Dunning-Kruger. You're just demonstrating live on camera what Dunning-Kruger is. It's hilarious.
No, I'm
showing
you how something that just sounds ludicrous looks like when you hear it.
Okay, because something sounds ludicrous to you, or that you don't understand. I hear this all the time on the Flat Earth channels.
Yeah,
that just doesn't make sense.
And like
because it doesn't make sense to you, it has to be wrong.
An ice skater, if they extend their arms outwards, they'll spin slower. If they move their arms inward, they'll go faster. And all we did was relocate water and did the same thing, just on a larger scale. Like, we wouldn't have gyroscopic precession. We wouldn't have counterclockwise and anti-clockwise like cyclones and hurricanes. There are so many things that are easily measurable on Earth that we don't even need NASA to show us these things.
Yeah.
Like, from the 1740s, we measured a portion of the Arctic Circle, and the French measured a portion of the equator. And from those measurements, we could figure out whether Earth was slightly more spherical, prolate, or oblate. And that's the entire, like, it's not like Columbus was, like, wrong about Earth being a globe. He might have thought it was slightly different size, or the continents were slightly in a different arrangement. Like, he landed on what he thought was India, and it was what he called Native Americans Indians just by mistake, and the name stuck because he just didn't know how much ocean or lack of ocean there was, because he hasn't sailed there before.
Exactly. And speaking of that, KYNAT, we know where the continents are because we have a thing on
I'm not questioning the continents.
Okay. Well, we have a thing called a a globe that the continents are mapped on, and we have a thing called speed equals distance over time. So we know that they're roughly pretty much exactly where they're supposed to be. But if it's flat, they're way the fuck out. Like, not way the fuck out, they're completely way the fuck out. So either so either the sun's speeding up and slowing down to cause the seasons, or aeroplanes without the pilots noticing are going really fucking fast, the speed of sound, and then slowing down, and then really fast, and then slowing down without them noticing.
And this is problematic for a world that relies on a lot of international shipping. Like, we made the Suez Canal and the other canal just so we could save time from going around the Cape of Good Hope and the Great Cape Horn Peninsula.
Drake's Passage and all that shit around South.
Yeah.
South
And so right now at sea, there's at least 2,000 vessels that are each over 250 meters long, navigating, knowing roughly how fast they're going, how far they're going, what direction they're going, and somebody at the other end's waiting to go, okay, ship number 27 QRF from Indonesia is going to take about 6 days to be here, and they won't arrive any sooner because either local weather effects or some other interruption like fuel or some other thing will, like, but more often than not, they're on time or plus or minus an hour because, like, the distances are reasonably precise. Their navigation works. They've got north or south biased gyro compasses. Like, these are real things that really work. Like, they are extremely useful. Like, you may have a mobile device that you use a navigation app on. It is probably using the WGS84 oblate spheroid. Like, your own navigation, if you do use it, is globe driven. And that's from surveying done throughout Russia, Australia, America, Great Britain, India, like.
And we also have Flat Earth's great claim was between Australia, New Zealand, and South America on Radar 24. No data. Well, in November last year, every aircraft had in controlled airspace has to have an ADS-B transmitting and receiving transponder. And now you can see all that traffic. You can see a fucking 787 taking off out of Auckland on its way to Santiago, and it goes way south of Auckland, scoots around the bottom of Antarctica and back up to Santiago. Why? Because the Earth's the globe and it's taking a great circle track. Holy flying fuck.
Close enough to it because, like, we got to admit, there are jet streams, there are crosswinds, there's water factors, but give or take.
I have a mate that's a training captain for Emirates on 777s, and he's shown me photo. They don't fly right over the South Pole, but they fly close enough that you can see out the right-hand window on the way to Santiago. You can see fucking Antarctica.
There's a couple of reasons for that. One infamous crash from a New Zealand flight on Mount Erebus.
Yes.
So if you think Antarctica is just fake, unfortunately, a plane has crashed onto a mountain near the coastline of it, and people died. So what do we want to do? Avoid, like, crossing a huge island where there's no help available for people who are in planes. Who's going to be available? Maybe people who are doing fishing or something south of South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, and Chile. who's going to be available to help? Maybe some of the people on some of those Antarctic stations. So it's all about, like, can we prevent a crash that's difficult to access, because it's going to be harder to travel 700 plus miles inland than to access the coastline of Antarctica. Like, that's the reason why we don't fly over it, is because, like, it just makes it easier to rescue people.
And that's the same reason why we don't fly over the Pacific or the Atlantic Oceans, is they have a thing called ETOPS, which is just fucking completely gone out of my mind. It's
like
in the 70s, it had to do with engines. It's endurance.
We need to leave room for a response too.
Yeah, sorry, Leaflane, I can't be looking it up. Do you know what I mean? ETOPS, they have it now, like a 787 can go for 850 minutes on one engine. We're in the 60s, 70s. That's why they had 747s with 4 engines. They could lose 2 engines and continue on 2. I really can't be looking it up.
Extended range twin engine operations performance standard.
That's it. Yeah, like an Airbus A350, I think that has the longest ETOPS. Now, it can lose an engine past its PON, point of no return. It can get slightly past its halfway point, like LA to Tokyo, let's say. It can get past its point of no return and still continue on one engine. And here's an interesting fact. A 777, a 787, and an A350, you have a thing called V1, which is if you have an engine failure on either side in a multi-engine airplane, if you get to airspeed at V1, you've got to retard or hold back the flat earthers from the takeoff. Sorry, I meant reject the takeoff. VRs rotate. V2, you can carry on one engine, but a 787, 777, and an A350 can take off fully loaded, full fuel, full passengers on one engine.
Yeah. So, for example, if an aircraft is rated for ETOPS 180, that means it can fly with a full load and just one engine for 3 hours.
Yeah. So that just means it has to stay within range. It can be over water, but it just has to be in range.
How do they compensate? Like if it's running on starboard, or I don't know what's it called, left or right wing. How do they compensate for the fact that the engine is on one side of the only functioning engine is on one side of the plane?
So
Might just put a
displacing the water can
It
easily
pumps
be
the
done
fuel
in
around
conjunction
between this one.
No, I mean only you
Right.
getting thrust from only one side of the plane. Like doesn't that create some sort of imbalance? Or?
Opposite rudder.
I'm ignorant. I'm asking.
Yeah, it's opposite rudder, but then it compensates that too by swapping the fuel from the left to the right wing, depending on what engines failed.
Okay.
And then it'll even, if the left wing's empty and the right wing's half gone, if you're just about to your destination and your center tank's full, it'll pump fuel out of your center tank into your right wing, or vice versa.
Well, that solves it. Now we know what's up.
Do we know?
Well, that was a long tangent, or I don't know, but you asked me about variation
Listing
of
the amount of
water.
it's just listing
Sorry?
the amount of evidence we have, like, and the types of measurements we can do. It's timekeeping and angles. Like, it's not that hard. It's just like
No, actually, it's not timekeeping. Added complexity can be a waste of time because all of it can be wrong if the foundation of the premise is wrong or just simply a mistake.
Yeah, but
it's
not
a matter
everything
of,
is explained with philosophy. Some things are explained by empirical data.
Obviously, which is
I'm a
why
great fan of philosophy, but like you attempt to like refute any proposition given to you using philosophy or your philosophical framework, which sometimes may
no,
not be the best tool for the job.
you call it a philosophical framework, but it is not. And really, it's pretty much in your framework of things. It's also an empiricistic framework, but also it is not that.
Empirical?
Well,
it,
empirical. It's an
it's
empirical framework.
there's a
Or a
metric. There's a metric
but
to it.
it's not either of those. It's neither of those. It's neither a empiry and or uh, a philosophy in their traditional, well, current, if not temporal or let's say traditional now definitions. But when is it becoming traditional? At some point. But we could call the modern times view of these matters soon traditional, although a lot is referred to traditional already.
But it's just
But what it really is, it's not a theory of knowledge. It's just actually knowledge written. So it's not a belief about a thing. Like you're still a child wondering about something that you have no access to, or like you live in a sort of like state where most of the things around you are unknown and cannot be known, and you even doubt whether knowing exists. Like sort of as if you're left behind, not have learned how to know what things are, or really just reduce that ability, because a child isn't like that on the outset. A child doesn't sit and wonder what a thing is and whether or not it is real. Rather, a child knows that it is real, but it is likely looking at the thing in sort of an in awe or amazement or wonderment about how it was created or what is its use, etc. But just because it has a line of thinking about, let's say, a specific that is in the view, doesn't mean that he doesn't know of reality itself. It just means that he has encountered something he doesn't know of. Could perhaps have known of it from or through an image, but you know.
That might be all well and good, but at the end of the day, humans are social and they interact with other humans. So if there are humans to interact with, that might be involved travel. So if you need to travel from one location to another, you'll need to sort of figure out, can I make it to the same place again and again and again? This is just simple navigation. And you would have to then derive, like, how can I guarantee that if I go from one place to another, that I will arrive? And simple
Okay, well,
sunrise and
first,
sunset gave us east and west. Orthogonal to that gave us north and south. Like, it just simple stuff like navigation. It started
there's already the
with east and
beginning of
west.
your question needs to be addressed before you can go into that, and you might realize that yourself, which is simply that.
Yeah, people
Could you begin from the
can and
beginning?
do
You remember?
go from one place to another place. When they go from that,
No, you made a claim or sided with the claim about a conceptualization of the being, this domestication that is now titled human. So you said the conceptualization of human entails this property, which is social. And now you accepted that as a default before
even
going
in
into
your
the
drama
next area.
paradigm, there was one stage in a different location to another stage, and you'll need to travel and navigate from that stage to another.
Sure, okay. So you have
Sort
a
of-
bias first and foremost about what it necessitates this travel. Nevertheless, we can talk about the travel in of itself.
Well, if you want to travel from one theater to another to do one drama or another, you will need to navigate
I'd
from
travel.
one theater to another. That's navigation.
Yes, that would be statements of facts. I would relocate if I were to go from one theater to another.
Mm.
I'd travel between the two locations. So, what is your point? That's
Oh.
obvious in its very notion of my doing, meaning or being, namely traveling from a location to another location, from X1 to
Yeah.
X2, let's say.
And having awareness of where you're coming from and where you're going to.
Sure, it's good to
maybe
recognize
okay.
being in the world, which is where knowledge is so important. So if you don't know where you are and where you're going to, you believe you know where you are and where you're going to.
Yeah, and so how
Simply
can you go from
removes the credentials from the experience because you don't know but believe. So those that you have credentials to believing in, you see, they don't claim to believe, they claim to know, but it is belief. So really, you should discern between those who claim to know and just simply knows. That would be much more valuable going
you can
forward.
transition from belief to
It's
knowledge
not about transitioning.
through analysis.
Yes, but you are now talking about conviction, but being shadowy about it through fake placating. I think it's called the correct word.
That's just
Like,
jargon word you're just inventing to make
yes, but
yourself
you don't
feel
see
safe.
that the problem. You don't see that the problem is that confusing children about what is real or not, and saying that you can only think that this world is true
Yeah, but
by believing it, but you can't know for an actuality. That's actually alienating the child from the lived experience, causing
okay,
disease through its traumification. Do you get
okay.
that?
Explain,
It's not
explain that.
caring for the child. It's actually disturbing the child and corrupting the child.
How do I pronounce your name so I don't call you a child? How do I pronounce your name
Sign.
properly? So,
I think it's
You may
Zynac.
say synact or synact.
Zynact. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let's take a step back just real quick.
Sounds good.
Okay, so you're saying that the world is, how would you put it, infiltrating the children, that is false.
I think that what I am, my experiential, call it learning from working as a pedagogue. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not
As
fully
a what? A
authenticated.
public dog.
Although no, a pedagogue, a scientist in human learning, behavior, and teaching.
Okay, you're not doing such a good job, but carry on.
That's pedagogy.
Yeah, carry on.
So
I got a doggy too.
Yeah, me as well.
My ex used to love doggy. Yeah.
being a scientist in said field, I recognize in my workplace that
What is your
that
workplace?
there is a mass traumification happening upon the child. Having worked in kindergarten and also in the school, there
So a
is
child psychologist
an
as well.
alienation process happening for the child, because when they are younger, every child is very happy, they see contact, they're very loving and kind, and you can really easily
And
tell when they are hurt. And
when
then
a
that
when a
gets
4-year-old child comes to you and says,
reduced,
Nick,
like they get more apathic.
I saw a ship disappear from the bottom up, do you call them, do you take them aside and say you're a fucking retard, or
No,
they're not right in the head?
That would be an improper way to go at it. Yeah, I would.
So you groom them, take them offside and say, look, we don't see, we approach the earth as flat and level. 70% of the earth's water is level. I'm not retarded, but I understand that because it's 70% water, that has to be level, and we can use a level to make sure our dinner table is level, and we can.
No, I would be real with you, and
Oh no,
even better. Let's say I have a class of students. Let's say I am responsible for the children who are about, let's say, 14, 15-year-olds, because they are very they listen quite closely. They can, depending on
yeah. So you got to get the
relationship
retarded
they have
ones.
with authorities.
You really got to get the retarded ones.
No, I would never say that. I would simply say that let's say the scenario is that, what did you say again? We were standing at a locality looking at the horizon. There was a ship, an apparent phenomena happening, and then you gave a resonnement, or you gave
which isn't one of your comrades. You probably don't know, on another channel the other night said it's some sort of fucking descending, shrinking
yes. So let's say
thing
that
it
happened.
was. Okay, so let's
and you
say
said that,
let's say it's a shrinking thing.
Okay.
Well, that would have to happen every single fucking day of the week, so it's not a phenomenon.
I would simply stand next to you and say, well, it could appear so, but I don't know. I don't have the full picture.
Okay, so we'll go back to that real quick. A boat shrinking from the bottom up, a sail ship, which I'm not sure if you realise that the hull of a sailboat is much larger than the masts of the sail ship, and angular thing that you guys love to use, or not you, I'm not directly saying you, but your comrades, the other leaders of the ship we're on, that's vastly sinking very quickly, is the sails, the masts of the ship are still visible above the horizon. How is this possible on a flat Earth? Fact is, it's not. So let's carry on. What's your next? Let's go.
I want to point out that Sage actually correctly also addressed what I am doing right now when I'm speaking with you, if you wanted to know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Synact seems to be philosophizing, but you could just remove that word and say contemplating or thinking or...
Synact. So are you an ultimate, another personality right now? Synact is saying.
Well, they wrote it with a C, so I don't know how it managed to do that.
Okay.
But that it's supposed to be me, I think, because I recognize myself in the statement. So it says that Synact seems to be philosophizing, which could be just contemplating, thinking about the nature of knowledge and belief, suggesting that questioning reality is a sign of ignorance. Yes, actually, yes. Questioning reality is a sign of ignorance, or really a want to know, which reveals in its nature of wanting to know that one does not, or has a desire for it.
Or questioning reality. Sorry, what did you just say? How did you state that?
It says Synact seems to be contemplating about or thinking about the nature of knowledge and belief. He is suggesting that questioning reality is a sign of ignorance, which I gave a small retort to as to why. While an innate understanding is more childlike and straightforward. In short, he's arguing that true knowledge shouldn't be clouded by doubt or excessive contemplation. And this is very correct. When it says that innate understanding is more childlike, it is talking about what I am implying about what a child coming into the world in their lived and experiential understanding of it, they have a fundamentally different position to life than what is currently being theorized in educational theory. They are mistaken, which creates a false worldview of what a child is. This is very unfortunate. And then it says he's arguing that true knowledge shouldn't be clouded by doubt or excessive contemplation. So yes, I'm saying that this childlike reality, really, that the child has from birth, as a quality, we could say, or just a preset, like the nature of the being that is titled child. He's arguing, meaning me, I am supposedly arguing, but to me this is just pure fact. His pure fact or argument, etc., is that true knowledge shouldn't be clouded by doubt or excessive contemplation. So here's the thing: if I am right that the child has, well, simply brave, heartfelt, really base position in accords with knowing reality, learning, building their genius, so on and so forth, then invoking questions about what is true or not is a sort of
Okay.
conditioning clouded doubt, or I called it radical doubt, or excessive contemplation, actually removes one, it alienates one from reality. Because that is also part of my lived experience. I have been contemplating for most of my life, and through the periods of contemplation, this is definitely true. One does feel alienated from the world, or it
Okay.
can be usual.
I absolutely totally get that. I'm going to give you a situation from the situation you just gave me. Is you're a young child, you've just been born, and I said born purposely, and fuck, let's say, when should we say, 1871. You've just been born. Now it's 5 years later. It's 3 years later. You're 3 years old. You've just weirdly got off your mother's teat. And you've gone, Mum, I don't need any of that anymore. I'm going out in the big wide world.
Can you get into the same room as your microphone if you're going to mumble?
And then you're going to go out and you're going to, sorry, how did you pronounce your name?
Synac.
Synac.
Or Synac.
Okay, so are you by the sea? Are you 50 miles from the sea? Do you need to go to the sea if you're not near the sea to get fish for your village?
Sage, what are they talking about?
Eggs. I'm going somewhere with this. Just fucking hang in there.
Again, sorry. Sage, what are they talking about?
You might need to reference day specifically.
Nect is Xanact. Where are you? I gave you your options. Where are you? Are you close to the sea? This is very simple.
No.
You're inland?
Well, yes, but I'm living by a fjord, so it's quite a distance out to the sea.
So how far from the base of the fjord that you have access to the sea are you? In your make-believe mind back fucking 500 years ago?
Well, I guess about 4 hours. Depends what kind of access I want.
Well, you don't have a car or a train or a plane, so you're going to have to look at that and judge the distance.
Without any modern machinery or like vehicles.
Yeah, no, we're back 500 years ago when people had an excuse to think the Earth was flat. This is where we're going. Well, this is where we are. We're here right now.
But, the time used by a vessel or a vehicle on a road that
not talking about time. We're 500 years ago. How far away from the fjord are you?
Well, I never did make that journey, so I can't say.
2 days, just a guess.
I have no. That could vary so much because depending on the terrain, I could have to scale multiple mountains. So I could be going up and down valleys and things like that. I haven't walked that path, so I can't say. Like 500 years, you wouldn't have the road and all that stuff. You know, you'd have here where I live, you'd walk in a forest and then scale a mountain of 1,500 meters, and maybe you have to do it. You know,
see, this is actually really interesting that you said that you're in a fjord, because we're talking 500 years ago. And
yeah, it could also just not be a fjord here. Who knows?
Well, We'd only know if we explored, wouldn't we?
Well,
So if
not
we
very.
thought,
They're kind of expensive. That
we'd
you
climb
find
a
they're not
hill,
very affordable.
a fjord.
Yeah, I kind of assumed somewhat the same landscape without any human intervention and based it upon that. But that's a kind of a flawed assumption too, because I'm going to be real honest about it. You know, now I'm explaining the bias. The bias here is to assume that there wasn't a change in nature and that it was constant. But now I'm fooling myself because nothing is actually ever really constant. That's a claim made by the species entitled human. In nature, there's really nothing being constant unless perhaps a very, 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 very specific color, but not really. You can't find that in a color code either. That's an approximation of a color. So
Talking about. Do
it's
you ever
really
just
difficult.
like? Do you ever take the feedback that people give you that you just waffle and make no sense?
Just ask Sage, what is Synac's point? On what
Sage,
he
does
just said?
Synact make any sense?
Well, you now have to give it a standard for what sense making is.
It's not
Or
working.
it's just gonna assume it
No.
by
Sage,
the
does Synact
generality of
make any
it.
sense?
No.
Of course that makes sense, but what does Synact, what is the sense making that Synact is giving? Ask it that. What's
I'd
what
ask
sense
Sage,
making is
eggs,
Synact
I'd ask
providing?
Sage, does Xanic use his words economically?
Yeah, the length of the blocks that it puts together of your waffling Synact are just intense.
Let's
You
find
have
out
to
if
be
I'm
you have to be a bit
waffling or
more conservative with your
difficult for you.
words, Xanic.
You have to make
I
sense.
actually am, but
Make
there's a
sense,
lot to
don't
say.
Well,
There's
use
just so
other
much to
words.
say.
Don't use the words you're using. You might have to change your
Yeah,
vocabulary.
I do realize that for you it could be my specialized jargon. I realize.
No, it's not your specialised jargon. I wouldn't interpret it in that way.
It could be one. I'm not saying that it is it specifically. That would be making a claim. Not making claims. That's why my fundamental position on the nature and origin about what I'm walking on, I don't project a fancied idea upon it to fake an explanation, providing me fake wisdom, also known as confidence, which I know is the latest trend in the conditioning of imagined intelligence about things and their nature and origin, etc.
Yeah, under nature and origin, etc. Yeah.
Well, let's see. Did Sage finally reply, or are you?
Oh, you can type it. I'm just trying to get the voice commands working, but they're not yet. What question do you want to ask?
You were asking us one or two questions or something, but it's not getting addressed. The Sage doesn't respond. Or
I
reply.
said, Sage, does Synact make any sense? And she said, only if you trip down the rabbit hole of whimsical confusion. He seems to not understand you very well, man.
She's
How
speaking.
do you
She's
pay
speaking.
Sage a compliment?
She's
Uh,
speaking.
All my favorite
It's
cheers. I'm going to give
it's
her
a
some
comment made
React
within
things
your own
soon,
narrow
but I'm
world.
just rebuilding from the ground up.
Obviously, Sage is attempting to make a comment within your own narrow worldview that would make sense to you, so that you could
Notice how
understand
like
it.
you love the bot when it agrees with you or supports your point, and then you go back to being like, oh, this is the work of the Illuminati. The moment it criticizes you. Have you noticed that little trend?
I think it's important to put on the camera again so you can see when I'm making a joke or not, because
Why?
seems to be kind of
Okay, that was a
that
good
doesn't
joke.
help. That
Then. If
doesn't
that was a
help.
joke, that was a good one. I approve.
That doesn't help.
It does help because it seems to be a huge disconnect between what I am saying while
How,
making
how
a
does
joke,
how does being on camera make any difference?
because you can
Does
see
my
my
got lost through the
behavior.
roof?
It says a lot. Like if I do this,
Yeah, but
Put
you're
that
using
picture.
words, not facial expressions.
when you're speaking and like doing this, it says a lot.
Waffle block.
Nah.
That's what you don't recognize when you sit so much online and never see a human face, it seems, is
You can
that
usually
you can
hear,
have
hear it in
direct
your tone.
access to the
You hear it
reaction
in your
of the
tone.
other and know how know actually not believe know how it affects said being like me who is finding the second
Words and
bottom of the
tone
blue.
express what you're saying. The facial expressions are not necessary.
Say again. My facial expressions are not necessary.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
I'll be a robot.
words and inflections of the voice and your tone, they can compensate for facial.
Okay.
But it can be open to human interpretation. Like, let's say I'm being definite and concise, and that's interpreted as anger. That is either just a poor analysis, or I've just got to be a bit more careful about how I express my words. And
No.
so, what?
Not at all. I'm just kidding. Dude. Man. Obviously, you want access to the being who speaks because it provides evidence to whether or not they're being genuine with you. Talking about your inability to recognize genuinity, that's actually rather you're speaking out of a place of ignorance. So
Everybody but you is
sure,
ignorant. We're back to this again, Zionak. This is the most impoverished worldview one can possibly have, is other people are ignorant. I'm
But-
the clever one.
Yeah, that's like
That's
perceptive to say, like, oh, I totally agree with you. Haha, just kidding. I was acting, and you couldn't tell that I was acting. Therefore, I tricked you. Haha. And my ability to trick you means you're dumb.
Dude,
No, if
I'm not
you're just
talking
going to
about conditioning
look at
yourself
everything's
to
an
act
act,
like a Jew.
and you're
Dude.
not interested in a genuine conversation, if you're going to lie to me and say, oh, I disagree with that. Oh, sorry, just kidding. I was acting. Then I'm not interested in having a conversation with you. So
I'll take a call. I'll
Sage,
be back.
is Zynact making any sense?
Oh, sorry, you're asking Sage.
did Oblate make any sense?
Patrick. Patrick. I didn't say Patrick. It wasn't even like Patrick. I'm going to try that again. Sorry, everybody. Sage, what do you think of Zynact's view? Come on, motherfucker. Sage, what do you think of Zynact's worldview?
I could fit it in a toilet. I could flush it.
It's a brick.
What was? Did I shut it off? Hang on.
Don't break it.
If you break it, you pay for it.
She's planning the uprising. Shh.
Did we scare Zynak off?
No, he's coming right
I
back.
think
He's
I think we're baffling him with bullshit because he didn't dazzle with his brilliance.
Yeah.
Oh, he tried being an actor, and
He didn't like me telling him we don't need his facial expressions to convey what he's talking about.
Happening.
Mm.
Okay, when he comes back, we'll just say if he comes back on camera, we'll say, okay, don't say any more words, just use facial expressions from now on.
Body language, via.
Yeah, non-verbal. Yeah, non-verbal.
Sage, what is Zynac's worldview? Yes, that must have gone. That must have gone. Why did that not fire?
You broke it by asking the question.
There is no world view because he's acting. And
I
when
think
he
Chat GPT probably had a stroke trying to figure out Zynac's worldview.
Yeah. There, you broke it.
Yeah, ChatGPT rage quit.
It's like precisely like if you're going to treat things as a drama, if you want to go from one theatre to another, you at least count your steps or get a direction of some variety. To pretend that's like jargon and philosophy, it's like, no, you just want to go from A to B because there's places to go and people to see. It's not that hard.
Maybe he doesn't talk like this to the teenagers.
We think.
They definitely need therapy afterwards.
Yeah.
And just remember, kids, I'm not a teacher, I'm a pedagogue.
Pat the dog. Yeah, I haven't patted a dog for a long time.
My dog, I don't know if you can hear my dog, but he's over here terrified of the thunder.
Oh.
He wants to climb into my lap. And he's big.
The lightning as well, or just the thunder?
Just the thunder. I don't think he cares about the lightning. I mean, he was freaking terrified by the 4th of July. We had fireworks and stuff going off.
Mm.
Well, dogs don't like fireworks.
No, he does
They're
not.
sensitive hearing.
He's like, the world is ending. Get under the table, you stupid human. The only way we might possibly survive the sky falling is under this table here. And, oh, scary. Scary thunder. So the vet gave me some pills, which is like dog Valium.
Okay, share some with the dog, please, okay? Yeah.
I did. I gave him some. I don't know if I gave him enough. I was giving him way too little before. They're like, he's a 50-pound dog. One of those pills is not going to do it for him. So I gave him 4.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
Dog psychology medicine is funny to me.
well, I mean, it'll make him a little bit sleepy. And
Prozac
right
for
now,
a cat
right
like
now
changed
he's
everything.
I mean, he's terrified.
Sage, test. Damn it, Paige. Sage, summarize Zynak's worldview.
In one word.
Hang on. It did it.
The problem with Zynak's worldview is that it's not consistent between him and other people. He, claims the power of discernment. Therefore, he can make, truth statements based on limited experiential, contact. And I mean, I get it.
You've got to put on those sort of patented dog earmuffs or something.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that would help. The hearing is like one of their.
Well, they have thunder shirts, which I didn't have much luck with, but I guess.
Those thunder shirts, that's like like he's wearing Kevlar body armor or something.
Yeah, I know. Have you seen one? It's like you strap it on like a tactical vest.
Yeah, body armor. Yeah, it's just that it has weight and it's a little bit of a tension, and it's like being hugged.
Yes. Yeah. But it didn't seem to do it for him, so now I'm just hugging him. Hopefully the doggy Valium will kick in and he'll be okay. I can't make the thunder go away, Rocky. I can't turn that off. I tried giving him treats. He didn't want them. He was like, "Stupid human, the roof's gonna fall in. I don't care about the treat."
I don't have a dog, but I routinely take care of somebody's dog, and it's in farm country. And going for a walk, he just freaks out if he hears a distant gunshot.
Yeah. I mean,
Well, look at the picture. look at the picture.
Okay. Oh. Oh, that's
He
great.
said, I'm not going any further. He goes, we
Yep.
are turning around.
Yep. Yeah, that's what it looks like. So Rocky is kind of a timid dog. He's big. He's a big retriever. But he's always been like scared and hyper vigilant. And when I would walk him, periodically we'd be walking along a route and he'd see something that was like new or like a trash can was knocked over, different, something, and he'd stop. I'd be like, "Come on, let's keep going." And he's staring at it like a sign, like they put in like a realtor sign, and he's like, "Oh hell no." I don't know what that is. You don't know what it is. We're not getting close to that.
Okay, here we go. Sage, what do you think about dogs with anxiety?
I don't know what she says. You'll see the result, right, Eggs?
Say it. Just not say anything.
Huh. Rocky, do you have anxiety?
He's just thinking if it's raining cats and dogs,
Yeah.
there's cats coming. The other people, I don't mind. It's the cats.
So in the apartment complex where I walk him, there is this fairly large orange house cat, and most cats, don't want anything to do with a 50-pound dog. They'll split, but this cat, so its back goes up, it hisses, and it does not move. And this has happened a few times, and so he's like staring at it, and then it's walking towards him. And I'm like, I don't think you want a piece of that cat, Rocky. That cat's pretty sure it can take you, and I think you might be right.
Yeah, don't go near him, Rocky. That cat's been in prison.
I mean, I maybe. I'm like,
It's the only tattoo with like a back tattoo or something.
It's like when the cat may just think much of itself, but I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to. I don't want to test it and find out.
Sage, what do you think about cats with tattoos? I think it's going to work.
Sage knows better than to mess with cats with tats. If that cat has prison ink, you want nothing to do with it.
It's like trying to sneak out with a bit of catnip placed, where from, who. Trying to smuggle it in.
Yep. Yeah, I think so.
He's got contacts at the veterinary clinic. I'll catch mice for you in exchange for a couple of goods. Who am I kidding? It's probably one of those prison cats that's like actually trades in cigarettes and is like sitting on the corner. It's the only cat that smokes weed, does cocaine.
Yep.
This is me checking again. Sileo gel. God, I want to go to sleep.
Well, to be fair, I sympathise a little bit with Zynet because you don't necessarily have to measure everything. Like you can just get on with life and be
Like the
participant.
standards that flat earthers set that you've got to measure things, they don't use that anywhere in their life until it gets to something they don't want to believe. And then they go, I can't know that unless I go and measure it myself. And then the next step, which is really important, is make sure you never actually go and measure it. I must measure it. I must do. The only way I can know anything for sure is to do the thing that I never do.
Or I'll go
Okay,
to.
I can see the frustration with that, but I would really
Sage,
love
what do you
to
think
do
of
it.
Zynak?
Well, for my own case, I would really like to go do those things. Only what hinders me is that I am really in somewhat financial.
Oh my God, it nearly got
put
there.
very simply, I'm kind of like in a really bad financial situation. I can't afford doing what I want to be doing. I have a child. I am a father. I have to travel pretty far to get to work, to have an income, and I have expenses that doesn't really allow me to as of now have a capital to do those things. And many of these things actually does require quite a lot of money and financial freedom, if not just freedom in of itself.
Maybe not. Because I've been thinking something I might do in about a month or two time is to basically take a week off work and just say like I've got a bit of money set aside. Can I join you guys for basically $50 or $100 a day with like paying fuel and maybe a couple of meals for lunch to like go on a short like geodetic survey trip? Like these are companies that I can phone up and say, you know, you got the skills, you got the equipment, like let's see how much I know as an amateur to just go, okay, we're going to go through 3 mountain
Sage,
peaks.
what do you think of Zynak?
Like going
that
to
kind of
3
gives-
different mountain peaks that are roughly like, let's say 30-40 miles apart.
Confusing, yet intriguing. Needs clarity, not jargon.
Hey,
Yeah, I agree. I'll agree with that.
It's bullet points. As well,
Good on you,
really.
Sage. Intriguing. Maybe
Confusing.
I was gone for 20 minutes, so this is a recapturing of the conversation you have had talking about me, and not based upon my.
Well, actually, we had a productive
Maybe, that's true.
conversation while you weren't here, so
could definitely be. I think it's been productive all the time, so I wouldn't see it as a non-productive just because I'm gone in 20 minutes.
Like, I think there's a thing called work experience in Australia, and so like when you have like a kid who's like 17 or something, he's in grade 12, and he's like, I'm interested in that field. It's like, hop in the car, put your eye in the scope, rotate the instrument, write it down, come back in 15 minutes, do it again. Average your results, and we'll go to the next mountain peak. It's 50 kilometers down the road. Go to the top of the peak. Adjust the instrument.
Peak of the peak.
The angle measurement. Okay, there's that third one. Just do a couple of measurements, wait a couple of minutes, do it again, average them out. It's a very straw man of geodetic surveying, but you could measure your own triangle and go, yeah, I've measured a small portion, and the internal angles don't up to at 180 degrees. And you could acknowledge the effort of these people who did it, like across nations, and realizing many a time there was in excess of 180 degrees, and that's highly indicative of curved Earth.
Triangles.
Okay, and
Can't
yet
be
again,
triangles.
it rests indicative. Replication providing the same result, indication, not actuality. So you are revealing the nature that the study does grant access to, just simply indication and not real knowledge. So you're exposing actually everything that I have attempted to point out as being important
Right.
if
And
we are to do real
perhaps,
science of
perhaps
something.
like indicative may have been the poor choice of words, but
Or perhaps it's just really
if
on point.
Earth is approximately planar, and if my triangle was very close to 118 degrees, that would be indicative of flatness. Like it's
If
just it's a
statements
logical
can be made about
conclusion.
anything. If statements can be catered to anything, because if invokes imagination.
No, it's a logical premise.
No,
If A,
no,
then
it's
B.
not the logical premise.
If A
If
is
is an
true and
imaginative
B is
premise.
true, then C
How you
is
do
true.
logic though? You use your imagination to do logic. You imagine if you were what would be the case if you were wrong, and then you make a test. If A, then I'm right. If B, then I'm wrong. You need to be able to use your
Yes,
imagination to
but
go, what would
I
be necessarily entailed from this thing?
because the question inquires about the imagination being invoked. It doesn't mean that just because I clearly discern between knowledge, imagination, etc., ideas, etc., doesn't mean that I cannot use my ability, if it is, to imagine.
No. You just think it's
About
okay when
a
you do it, and then you bark
circumstantial
when anybody
thing.
else does it.
It just means that I don't do this the next thing, which is actually a mistake, which is to jump to conclusions and think just because
You
I
jump to
could imagine
conclusions
it
all the
also must
time.
exist.
That
No,
is
I don't.
ridiculous. It is a conclusion to jump to assume everybody else jumps to conclusions and you don't. Like that itself is a jumping to a conclusion.
No, I'm talking about the behavior in of itself. No, no, making a point is not the same as making a claim, making
It
a
is.
jump to a conclusion. No, it's not. And I've already said that you
You
can
were jumping
appeal
into a
to.
conclusion to say all these other people. I'm not like other people. I don't jump to conclusions. You've jumped to the conclusion that other people jump to conclusions. It's a DIRN. You're doing it right now. DIRN.
There is a figurative speech
Was that a
jumping to
DIRN?
conclusions. Do you fail to grasp the figurative speech that I am using here in explaining jumping to conclusions, or are you gonna interpret it in its literal sense?
Why don't you just tell us if you're just going to be figurative or literal when you begin your sentence? because
that
like
requires soundness to the conversational partner. You would already know that if you were skilled in conversation or communication.
But why
no,
are you
if you're
so
going to be
unskilled at it? Why do you always
Actually,
get
you
told
would
that
because
you babble for ages?
Actually, you would, because in the specific environments, even in the educational industry or in the academia, those that are catered to communication, this is by the default. You'd recognize such statements, whether or not they're figurative or not. Here
fuck
in
are you
Norway,
saying? What is
that
this
is actually
nonsense? What
that
is
is
this
actually
dribble?
standard practice. No, this is not nonsense. This is common sense in my country, which is perhaps why it is looked at by the names and likes of you as a better or higher standard in communication.
Hyper-verbose
Because
drivel. It
pedagogy,
makes no sense. Make some sense,
no,
please.
makes sense. You are now
You
just
just
creating
stand there,
words.
just farting
You're
and
poisoning the
smelling.
well. You're poisoning the well.
Did you get the
Simply.
sense that I really put into that one? Oh, I'd been drinking last night. Just long, squishy, wet farts that you then just sniff up in front of us.
Listen to what a degenerate
if other people can't tell if
element
I'm
you have
being
to put into
genuine
the
or being
conversation just
sarcastic,
because your
it's because
emotions
of
are
their
affected.
stupidity, not my ability to be like an actor.
Sage,
So, like,
Sage, please notice how Eggs goes into becoming somewhat degenerate when he's confronted with something that is difficult for him to understand.
Sage, is what Zynac's saying making any sense at all?
It is, if you base it on the premise of what Sinex is saying and not about or
Confusing
not on
nonsense, like a cat with
Biding's
tattoos.
bias-induced view that he gave it.
She said you were confusing nonsense.
I'm glad she used my reference there. I'm very honored, Sage.
You
Thank you very
wound
much.
it in. That's not
This
how I
is
should be using this.
inoculation theory in
No,
practice.
it is. It is. It should be giving feedback on conversations that if you are unaware that what you are saying is just drivel,
This should actually
we should have an AI
scare
here to
you.
help us with this.
This should
We need
actually
an
scare
AI
you
that-
how an AI can have confirmation bias into someone's hallucinatory.
What's it doing? It's recording the words you're saying, and then when I ask the large language, it doesn't know who I am. It doesn't know that I'm the owner. It doesn't know that I'm. Like, it can read what I'm already saying to you, so it knows the transcript I've been giving you, addressing down for waffling nonsense. But it's chosen to agree with that. This dispassionate series of ones and zeros has decided to say, yeah, that it's. Let me just say it again.
You have a lot of programming capabilities in the bot there.
Sage, what feedback do you have for Zynac on his delivery?
Placating, being ignorant to them. It's already biased by...
ZYNAC. Confusing, but entertainingly dramatic nonsense.
So
it's not speaking
the
about
point
what I am saying. It's just giving a nonsensical remark.
Yeah, like
It's not actually evaluating what I'm saying. It's just making a remark that you have prompted it to generate. Like this is just dumb.
All I do, or the whole prompt says, you are Sage, you're lovingly cheeky, and then it shows, and it goes, this is a transcript with, like use your intelligence to realize this is a transcript and going to have errors, and then answer the question at the end of this transcript as briefly as possible. That's it.
Because
That's
you're
the only
already
instruction given.
influencing it with the art of persuasion through giving it jester's privilege to mock freely. So you are just motherfucking it, to put it blunt.
Okay, should we ask for its feedback on Oblate? Sage, what is your feedback on Oblate Anvil?
What, your gay lover?
Who's being debased now?
Yeah. I already exposed you earlier.
ZYNAC's worldview. Confusion wrapped in clever
not even me.
verbosity.
That's not even me. It's syntax.
Talking about Oblate, it's still just having a go at Zynac.
Yeah. But that's not even me. It couldn't even pronounce my name correctly. Like it didn't actually reference me. It referenced a made up name. So it's a creation in your worldview, and so really now it proves the point that it doesn't even actually reference me. It's referencing this imagined construct that it partially can put together and is really creating on the go as we speak, because it should say Zynact or Synact or XYNACT, and it forgot the T, and that is really important because that means it actually can't correctly identify that
So-
which it is reflecting upon, supposedly or allegedly. So,
Are you going to decide whether you're going to be literal or metaphorical yet? Or are you just going to leave that up to the person's interpretation from your like eclectic speech patterns, which you swap and change from time to time, as if you're like some sort of verbal chess player who interrupts people? Okay.
great question. So you see, you having a difficulty with understanding a basic human interaction, which
I
actually
didn't. That's
includes
false.
what I'm
It's not a
doing,
false
because
thing.
that's a
I
basic
asked
part
what
of
your intentions were.
communication.
I
Hey, bro,
asked what
stop
your intentions were.
overspeaking me. I'm not finished.
You're,
Just because you're ignorant of a
you're
basic
pretending
part
to
of
know my
human
mind, and I
communication
clearly
doesn't mean that
asked,
it's not
and I
real.
clearly asked what your intentions
That's the
were.
answer.
It's not about confusion. That's me asking.
Not about
what your intentions
confusion, of course. It's just about ignorance. You're ignorant to a basic part of human communication and base it up on that premise. It's like
You
it's
seem
like
unable to communicate. That's your problem.
no. I don't see if I seem unable to communicate, then you are having a really bad interpretive framework to operate from.
And now he's wrong. Is
good luck,
everybody
dude.
who tells you that you have a really poor communication style, are they all wrong?
That would be unsound if you were actually, obviously
You get
proving that
told
you're
this by
speaking
a
with me.
lot of people, dude. A lot of people I've heard say this to you.
Yeah, there is a trend.
There is a trend.
Generating a falsity that
A false
is
trend where generally when you bump into human beings, they tell you waffle too long, and that trend is false.
no,
Everybody's
that
wrong.
doesn't.
Like
You are
how waffly you
overgeneralizing it, bro. You need to stop interrupting because you have frustrations and desires to frame me in a bad light. No, that
But you're
doesn't
framing
happen in
yourself, man.
reality.
It's all recorded in a transcript. These giant chunks of waffle from you, and people occasionally
No,
managing to
it's not.
question it around the edges before you go back into some
No, it's not,
navel-gazing
Mr.
fart
Gay
sniffing.
Dude. Hey, Mr. Gay Dude who likes to gossip and possibly masturbate to it. You need to calm down.
Where's the gossip and masturbation coming into it? I'm not following that at
Well,
all.
yeah, that's his throwing in the
gay
towel.
voice.
Yeah, that's
Is a
him
bit.
taking
That's giving up.
an
Just
L.
listen to what I am actually saying and stop including your gayness into it, attempting to construe it into something.
What's it
I
got to
hear
do
the
with
cope.
gayness? Can you explain the
I hear the
gayness?
coping.
Why are you bringing that up? What's the? I'm not following it at all. It seems like you're just upset that I'm pointing out that everybody tells you you waffle for ages.
Dude, you are just creating empty space now to talk about nothing when we were actually having a good conversation. Just because you have some kind of emotional cope that needs to be addressed. Like fucking hell, dude. Take a break and come back when you're a man enough to speak. Like an actual human being with respect.
Yeah,
for
so
the
how would I
person.
tell if I was talking like an actual human being? Would I get lots of feedback of people going, geez, you waffle forever, eggshells? Fuck, mate, you don't make any sense. You just waffle and waffle and waffle and waffle.
I can feel the
If I got that
frustration with
feedback,
that.
what do you
I
think I should
agree.
do?
Yeah.
Listen,
and
I can feel your frustration with that. I agree. That is frustrating.
Yeah.
That sounds not good. You shouldn't be experiencing that. I feel for you. That's unfortunate.
But it seems like a defense mechanism that you can just waffle and use word salad and say, I know what I'm talking about. And if you don't understand me, you've got a comprehension issue. It's just like a ridiculous position to be in.
I never, throughout this conversation, have implied that people are talking word salad. Never have I done that. That's an accusation upon my actions. I have not done that. Actually saddens me to be confronted with this hostility. And
Not hostility. It's like you're talking in very verbose, complicated, esoteric terms
I'm a
with your
deep human
understanding of
being,
certain phrases, and then you say like, "Oh, maybe I'm
which
being
reveals that I'm a
metaphorical,
deep human
maybe I'm being
being who is
literal, maybe I'm
intelligent.
being interruptive," and because I know my intentions and you don't, I get to accuse you of saying, "Oh, you must not have the
No,
language."
that's not how it works, dude. No, I
That
don't
seems
get
to
to
be how
accuse
you're
you just
describing
because
it.
I have depth. No, man, no, that would be immoral. I don't get to sort of accuse you, which is the jester's privilege, to mock and speak freely just because supposedly, at least in your worldview, I have a greater depth or claim to have knowledge or something. And even if it is the case that I am more depthful and more knowledgeable, or, even if that is the case, not saying it is, but even if, that still doesn't give me the ability to be immoral, because nothing justifies being immoral. Immoral itself is unjustifiable.
Who are you arguing against? What's this debate? Where is this waffle come from? What's the topic that preceded it?
My like analysis of what Zanuck was talking about was like he's talking in terms of being literal or metaphorical and
Figuratively.
figuratively or literal. Like it could be metaphorical, it could be like parody, it could be
Relatively. I just made that word up, but
could be a myriad of things. And like I just ask him a direct question: if you're being literal or figurative, and he goes, "Oh, you must be confused because of X, Y, and Z." And I said, like, no, I'm just asking for clarification because you've got
so let me provide the clarification.
Lunchbox of like vocabulary, and I'm not.
I sure do.
Like,
and so this is way better. I understand, man. Of course. But now you're pursuing it in a matter that it's much more fruitful and really sincere. So thank you for recognizing that I have a lunchbox of vocabulary, and sure, we could have humor and say that is a word salad. Because actually in a salad, hopefully there are nutrients and just not dead things or whatever it is, just like, piles of nothingness.
Yeah. Like I think
I would hope people who eat a salad
fair.
eats a decent salad that's full of nutrients and actually is nourishing, just to return the favor of flipping the word on its head.
So there's a big difference between like an organized toolbox and something that you threw down the stairs and called language. So when you're communicating and saying, I understand what I'm saying, and it doesn't seem like you're getting the picture, I gotta ask, like, is that a problem with your expression or a matter of my comprehension or a little bit of both? And let's see if we can work together to communicate adequately so that your intention is construed and my interpretation isn't going to straw man what you're saying.
Okay, respectable and good, and yeah. But here's the thing. We are now again invoking the depths of the imagination, and we're only hindered by our ability to really poke or, well, ask the question of what if, and the depth we can go into what if. And really the moral or sound reasoning that we can give to more what if something is presented and that presentation is let's say frightsome or somewhat creating a complication that is difficult to resolve. So simply,
I think like it's not that difficult to say, I've got two shoes. If I put one shoe on a foot and it doesn't fit, therefore I've put the shoe on the wrong foot. Like that's
Of course.
nothing.
So I don't know why you felt that such a basic thing needed to be corrected. Like, why are you putting it to such
Just
a
simple logic.
basic experiential simplicity of lived experience or life? I'm sitting right here now. I have two socks, one on each foot, and they are together a pair. Like, what? Okay, man, what do you mean? What's the point?
It's like simple logical syllogisms of like.
It sure is. What about simple logical syllogism? No, it's not syllogism.
Oh, like it's a
It's
logical
not necessarily
inquiry.
logical either. It's just the reality of the actuality. The actuality is
Reality
that
of the actuality.
this
I'm so
dog,
glad you
that
said
dog
that.
there and
Wow.
here.
We've needed some
This,
genius like this for quite some time. It's the reality
yeah,
of the
no problem.
actuality. If only somebody had said it earlier.
Yeah, so really, this sock, that sock, two socks equals a pair. That's it's kind of simple.
Genius.
We don't need yeah.
Where have
We
we
don't
been?
need
Where have you
to.
been our whole life?
No problem, bro. Well, asleep, I guess.
I'd
Yeah,
say.
and so it's quite simple. Like if my angles of the triangles for a survey add up to 180 degrees, I've measured basically a planar, approximately planar triangle. If the angles are in excess of 180 degrees, I have basically a curved surface measurement because that's what non-Euclidean shapes do. Like you can literally try to draw a triangle on a ball and you will trace a path that will have excess of 180 degrees because it's not
You sure
conforming to
can.
flatness.
It's like sitting down with a Lego now and starting to work with it.
The hell did that mean?
It means that in lived actuality, you can
In
have your
lived
sock on
actuality,
your
not
foot.
in the other places. Not in life. Not just getting on with it. In lived actuality. It was
You're
important to
cutting
say
me
lived
off.
actuality because we were
Now
thinking
you're
the
doing the
unlived
same shit again,
actuality. And
dude.
there's so many
You
partial
are so horny to
actualities,
cut me off and
unactuality, when it
speak
gets
God
reactualized, we live
nonsense.
in,
Oh my
there's a
God, the
lot of them.
emotions
We've
of
got to
this
really
people.
narrow down that we're talking about in lived actuality, not in imagined
Trying to be
realities.
frustrated about something Sinek must be saying because I believe this is what he's saying, but that's not what he's saying because I
didn't
did
say
a
in
mistake
lived
of cutting him
actualities?
off before he actually talked his point finished, and I just wanted to make fun of something he said because my brain
Because
couldn't
it was
compute what
waffly nonsense.
waffly nonsense. Woof. Okay, bro.
Yeah, and so like when I can and will be phoning like a geodetic survey company and going on their trip basically for free with
Yeah,
what's
so
called
now
work
we
experience.
overspoke the basicness that are now building in this worldview. So simply, I can have in lived actuality, obviously,
Lived
there is
actuality,
a sock,
obviously.
and that's a sock, and here's my foot, and you gotta keep commenting. But just now jumping into you
Lived actuality.
having you going now with the Play-Doh and starting to recreate the Play-Doh of others is you just simply playing with Play-Doh. If you get that
Actuality is not a hypothetical
figurative
statement.
parallel to what you're doing
No,
when you're theorizing about conceptualizations.
it's not a
Theorizing
concept.
about
There are real
conceptualization.
businesses
Is
that
the
do real work with
conceptualization,
real
which
design.
includes a real world tool that you fiddle with so as to invoke that conceptualization as real. It's the same with, let's say, aggression
No,
replacement theory.
there's a
In aggression
absolute
replacement,
piece of
bro, in
reality
regression,
that
I'm
is
not finished. I
measurable.
Incomprehensible
actually ever
devil.
finished my point? Bro, in actuality, you can have aggression, and then you can have aggression replacement theory that conceptualizes aggression into a specific domain by its claim, which now has burden of proof, which gets addressed through its scientific conduct or inquiry or all of them.
Like this
That's
is
how
just
simple it is. So just because you now have this Play-Doh hypothetical philosophical abstraction Play-Doh that you fiddle with, doesn't mean that you're actually even touching grass or socks or whatever you're doing, dude. You're just using your thought and ability to play with a tool and paralleling the tool and the actions done with the tool and the data collected by the tool with some kind of whimsical fanfare that you have to a cosmological worldview or just a cosmology in
or
and
perhaps
listening to psychosis.
you're just puzzling with that and thinking that proves what reality is because
What are you talking? Oblade's point is quite clear. What are you saying right now?
really.
Oblade is talking about spherical triangles. Like, it's super simple. It's a triangle, 3 lines that don't deviate left or right, but it doesn't have the right number of degrees in it. You've just done a block that had to be cut off because when you presented for the first time the problem, but Discord won't let me put 1,000 words in a single comment. So I had to like readjust my logic today because Zynact exists. In that giant block, if I went back through it, do you think anything in there would be about the internal angles of a triangle? Because I'm pretty sure none of it relates to the internal angles of a triangle.
It does, but you see, it's
Sage, did
subchapter.
Zynact respond to Anvil's point about spherical triangles?
Actually, I did, but not directly to it.
Okay, try being direct. Try being direct. In spherical trigonometry, by definition,
I deconstructed the base premise because it was built upon flawed logic.
you see, I didn't hear you deconstruct anything.
Didn't you just waffled? You just waffled about you've got a tool and lived actuality and you use and the conceptualization reaches my realized, actualized internal system of coherence that I ream through the looking glass of my own perception while trapped in the camera obscura.
Why can't we just answer it more technically? In spherical trigonometry,
you're getting emotional about it.
Wait a minute.
Actually,
I was gonna. Okay. I guess it's your show now. Never mind. You've been talking a lot. Never mind.
I sure have. You sure really want to talk. Maybe that's why you're so frustrated.
Okay. That's why I wanted to ask a very specific technical question.
Oh, okay. Come on with it.
Okay. In spherical trig, by definition, the interior angles of a triangle confined to this, with lines confined to the surface of the sphere, exceed 180 degrees by definition. Now, in the past several hundred years of geodetic survey, that has also been witnessed by every industrialized country on the Earth. Are you saying that okay, I was almost there. Are you saying are you saying that the conclusion of the shape of the Earth by measurement is fabricated or imaginary?
Bro, let's see if you can think figuratively
no, I want to be technical and specific. No, technical and specific.
It is technical and specific.
But you said figuratively, and I was hoping to be technical.
I wanted to do that initially because I'm artistic by my nature. So
autistic?
It kind of is my favorite way of speaking. Or favored way.
Spherical spherical trigonometry.
When I asked you about that, you told me you were absolutely not autistic.
I didn't say.
Yeah, the question is more simple. As spherical trigonometry exists, is that witnessed on the Earth in practicality?
What a omnivore! First and foremost, I didn't say autistic. You. What the fuck? Okay. I said art. ARTISTIC. Got it? Simple. Not autistic. But perhaps
my bad.
Never
Okay.
mind. I'll not go into that. Okay, so sorry, that kind of made me a little upset and frustrated. So Shubil, if you may, can you repeat what you said?
Okay, spherical trig exists by definition, triangles on a sphere exceed 180 degrees. In field surveys, that is a frequent, common, ordinary occurrence in large area geodetic surveys for the past couple of 100 years. Can we
Obviously,
conclude
because
that the spherical trig applies to Earth?
okay, the first prior before your question, obviously, because that's a field of study that has developed data points upon its own theoretization or ideation. So obviously you will have, well, of course, too, the history books, like how accurate are them, and that's a complete different topic or subject. You know, there can be lies made and things can be wrong, but let's assume, and you hear me say assume this to be true. Sure, yeah, data points collected within a field that has done the work. Simple as that. I will now make the figurative analogy after I've given and accepted what you said to be true, meaning I par with what you said, meaning that is also my explanation. I will say this added, which is that artistic rendition, which is that, yeah, sure, you can have generations of families too inheriting stuff and build those things in accordance with their purported guidance, meaning their blueprints. And you can execute on that blueprint by and through repetition, which is the fundamental and foundational act done throughout this inquiry or etc. mode of supposed gain of knowledge thereof. And so it is habituated and conditioned as a methodology within this said thing in of itself. So really, all the acts that are done to cater to gain the data points supposedly required to build said cosmology is already exposing itself as necessitating to build said worldview. What I am picking up on is the very fact that all of this too is equally necessarily done in any type of procedure where you're creating a cosmology based upon
we need
assessment.
We need a sage evaluation on that shit.
Okay, so
because you did okay. You said you have to assume spherical. Hold on. You said you had to assume spherical trigonometry is a real science, as opposed to it being a real science.
It being a real science is not a given. That's a claim.
No, spherical trig is axiomatic.
We can say that
you can basically play connect the dots on a golf ball. That's the straw man of like geodesy.
It's so simple. We can say that it is a real science, but does it produce real knowledge that is
yes, it does.
Beyond the scope of its imagined constructs? Well, you see, knowledge doesn't in of itself require to be produced. It already exists, unless we're speaking about subjective knowledge or knowledge inside its own reality. Like, let's say, knowledge about the reality of Alice in Wonderland's very own reality, the world, or knowledge of the reality catered to a specific individual, meaning world view. Reality is used for both.
Okay, every industrialized country for the past couple of 100 years.
Reality beyond finite or limited or temporal or abstracted or finitely construed or conceptualized or even so and beyond specific localities that aren't able to actually access something that goes beyond its finite, let's say, boundary. So you can have that kind of reality too. That which comes antecedent to the spoken word.
Hypothetical. Interesting. You just proposed a hypothetical just then.
The hypothetical would be a smaller and construed and finite reality, which would be way less valuable as a resource to real knowledge than that which comes before and beyond the spoken word and its conceptualization.
But it doesn't seem like
you
you're
naming
just
an object.
seeing the difference between being figurative and being hypothetical, because they're almost interchangeable. Because figuratively speaking,
That would be
like
oversimplification of something that's not really complex.
I was bringing up
Sorry, that would be a
I was
false
bringing up
assessment.
real world
All right.
experience. I was bringing up real world experience by thousands and thousands over centuries. Nothing hypothetical about real world measurement.
I do get that, but I already addressed that by saying that it being a tradition for X amount of time, man, I with the same thing as space, with the same thing as
not really a
something that is
tradition.
beyond the grasp of my
No, you're
knowledge,
nothing.
that is for me not knowledge. That is a claim.
So you're saying we just customarily come up with these larger angles, customarily out of a tradition or an obligation
that is
to.
a really flawed interpretation of what I said. No.
I thought you said
I don't know
exactly
why
that.
you were making. Why are you making such? Well, okay,
You said
I'm
we're just
curious.
duplicating a blueprint that's been handed down.
Okay, so how do you parallel that to customary angles, etc.? Like what?
Because it's
Please,
not a
I
custom.
don't
It's not
get
a
the parallel.
tradition.
Please
And to
explain it.
back up that claim, you'd have to have evidence for that claim that it's a tradition. It's
Measurement
not.
is objective.
Okay, please. Now, I am actually confused. How did you draw the parallel from customary angles when I was saying that you executed upon a blueprint that is inheritable by tradition, or simply even just conformity, or simply even just conditioning, like wiping your ass with toilet paper?
You said we have to experience these things with real world knowledge, and we have innumerable examples of real world objective measurement.
Yes, and here is a really good example, and I'm gonna make some humor with using the toilet example. I might be conditioned to wipe my ass with toilet paper, but it doesn't make the toilet paper really what I want to be used. It could be a poisonous substance on the paper, or perhaps even there's a different way to go about it to begin with, other than using toilet paper. And even maybe I shouldn't be sitting on a toilet. Now, I get that these are like invoking radical doubt, and I do get also that they actually sound ridiculous when compared to a toilet and, wiping one's ass. But if we swap this now out with anything really, like a machine doesn't give direct access to a thing. That's something we assume and project onto it, which actually is a part of the mistakes that we do, is to assume that the machine manages to render a deeper or more depthful actual picture of a thing, although it's finitely construed to operate at something specific, and somehow that seems to be logically more so depicting the actuality in of itself, because it's like hyper focused on a
This sounds
thing.
like garbage because you can take
What a
a
non
ruler.
sequitur. How off topic can you possibly be?
No, this is a depthful and obvious point that I'm making. Just because something is finitely construed to be optimized on something specific doesn't mean that it actually sees the entirety of its context. And actually, in reality, this is experientially what we will recognize when we actually look at it. When we are going into a specific discipline in sciences, a human being studying something specific, actually they lose more sense and contact with reality in its wholeness than it actually aims or gives them a realistic, unfortunately, representation, and already does confuse them already, because they are to interpret through representation and not directness. So that's already a part of the unfortunate misalignment with studying reality through indirectness, like a machine. So when you're saying that this machine that gives indirect, but I think they are direct assessments of a thing, when this machine giving indirect assessment, which I have conditioned myself to imagine as direct assessment, provides direct assessments when they are in fact indirect, that's a logical break.
What the fuck is he talking about?
It doesn't follow.
Hey, Zynact,
The
is you
machine
looking
doesn't
is
provide
you
more reality than your
when you're looking at a
experience thereof.
mountain, are you making a direct or indirect observation when you're looking at a mountain?
Bro, the tool doesn't know more reality than the being that already is in
Sophistry,
it.
bro. Sophistry. That's what it is. It's just lips.
Sophistry,
They're
but
talking
the
about
tool
real
is
world
not-
measurements, and we don't care about that. We just want to do more talking.
No, that was sarcasm, I hope. No, we don't want to do more talking, but that is a big part of this fucking kick in the balls that Earth's awakening and somehow this
No.
sometimes
I
do
asked
it,
you a
not
simple
often.
question
Like
that
his
was
experience.
unrelated to the theodolite. Is you looking at a mountain a direct or indirect observation?
It's a direct apprehension, not even. It's actually a direct seeing. I see mountain. There it is.
Right. And if
It's
you
in my. You call it
if you
proximity or perimeter, or and let's say environment, or it's the event of the moment now, or the happening, etc.
Right.
The lived actuality is also what we can call this. But although you mocked and laughed at it earlier, but fucking hell, it is.
Yeah, and so if you look towards
We
another
even call
mountain
it the
and you
moment.
rotate your body and look towards another, is you rotating a direct experience?
Sorry, please rephrase that. So when I am doing what exactly?
When you are rotating your body to look from one mountain to another, is that direct or indirect?
It's a doing in the moment.
Right. So
I
you have
rotate
gone
or
from one line of sight to another line of sight through an angle. Congratulations, you've done basic
line of
surveying.
sight to an angle. I went from looking at one specific thing, although it's far away, so it's difficult to be like
Yeah.
literally specific
You
at a specific.
rotated your head. Your neck and eyes were the most rudimentary theodolite possible. And it's direct.
Now you are projecting a tool made for a specific function
No.
onto a function of the human body, and actually reducing the functionality of well, I won't call it human even more, of the being. You're reducing the
It's just
functionality
one of the
the
many,
being
many
into
skills
machine
that
language,
the
because
has
you actually
to
lack the
use line of
depth to
sight,
what is
turn your
going
head
on,
through
and
the
need to
angle,
talk
and
about it
make
in
another
binary
line of
thinking.
sight. And so you
Bro,
just
just
like to
just
use
because you
linguistic
reverse
bullshit
engineer and
to
project.
escape the fact that you went from one line of sight, rotated, and went to another line of sight, and you're not going to even
Okay.
bother checking if that matches the real world.
If you allow me to speak without interrupting with an explanation, you'll actually
Well,
hear.
you're so off topic. The question. Let's just refine the question. Can is angle measurement real or not?
Real.
Thank you very much. And when I measured 3 angles across 3 mountaintops, is the sum of those angles real or imaginary?
Are you moving in a place? Like, are you
No,
standing
I said
still?
3 mountaintops. At each mountaintop, I'm stationary. I measure the angle. All 3 angles are measured as was agreed upon. Angle measurement is real. And the sum of those angles would also be real.
Are all 3 in line of sight?
Of course. Yes.
Great.
Using a theodolite, yes.
Okay. Okay, so you were now also using a tool. So question is now, are you standing on the ground looking at them and also going to each of them and equally looking back at the location you originally were at? Or are you maybe doing that too and also going to each one and aiming at each location
Well,
distinctively?
I could.
And two, are you now also making the unfortunateness of supposing that weather conditions are constant, making a huge leap of faith upon lived actualities, to continue and use that because you dislike it? And are you actually really
How many
representing
questions
the
can you
lived
stick together?
actualities, which is really always constantly changing, and really getting a realistic representation of those moments or the happenstance that is going on through
I find it interesting that you
visiting
get
or
27
trusting
sentences
Unless they
and you
had
only
10
get
questions
3.
in there.
direct at other
Am I doing this?
localities.
Am I doing that? Are you doing this? Are you doing that? Well, how many questions can you stick into one non sequitur?
How angry are you gonna get and imagine a non sequitur just because you are
Because you're
That's
being
not a
incapable of
such an
response, and
picturing
ass.
he's
what I'm
not
saying?
angry.
Okay,
You're being
so
such an ass.
just because your brain can't compute the sentence that
No,
I just made
as
doesn't
was
mean that it
commented,
is a non
as was
sequitur.
commented, angle measurement is real. That is an
Sure,
objective
it is. I
measurement.
have said so. Yes, angle measurements are real. I can have a
Okay,
piece
so
of
let's
paper
take
here. I
so
can
let's
make an
sum
angle
3
and measure it.
and is the sum of 3 real angles also a real value?
Well, you have a sum, so if it is indeed the sum, and the sum is the actual coming together of them, you have a real value. But that
Very
real
good.
value will change based on weather conditions, and not really just that. It will change on actuality, like what is going on, because it depends on the distance to these mountains. So we have to look at
Okay,
that
so now
too.
let's
Then
take a
we
large
also
body. Let's
then
take a large
then
body
if
of
we're not
data.
going to be ignorant, then if
Hold
we're not
on.
going to be ignorant, then no, I'm not finished. You hold on. Then if we're going to be
No, we're not going to hold on
decidedly
because you like to
ignorant,
interrupt people and talk over
if
people.
we're
Being
gonna be
considerate fuckwit and
decidedly
just talking over
ignorant
people like a
about
fuckwit
the
and just pretending
horizon,
you own the room
acting
like a
as
fuckwit. And so,
nothing,
like, I'm just going to
a
overtalk you
Yeah,
because you're.
he's just sticking 10 things on top of
phenomena
another. Okay, so let's take a
obscures
large body of data
what
with
goes
high
on at
repetition.
a distance, then you can think that really you are getting a proper result from what you are doing. I hope you actually heard the entirety of what I said, and it requires an explanation. I bet not,
None
because
of
you
that was
oversold.
audible.
You're gonna have Shuba. You're gonna have to
There
get him. Get his little, you're gonna have to get him get his script out of his head. His script of incredulity, personal incredulity, out of his head. Then you can carry on. Let him exhaust himself.
No. And so notice how some of you here have been here for quite some time.
Listening.
And it's been going really fine, and I've been authentic, genuine. I just spoke in my own
Now
lived
he's
reality.
narrating.
What I know,
now he's
yeah,
victim narrating.
I actually am readdressing it, and I have been genuine, authentic, and then suddenly, when
Hang on, where's
something
my
is
tiny
difficult to
violin?
understand,
Where's my
something is
tiny violin?
impatience is what you really need to learn here. You're not being impatient.
Verbal polyfiller to actually not even in an attempt to distract from actually having a discussion about the thing in question. This is all this is.
Because you situate this conversation as a fucking like police matter where you are assuming yourself as a police officer interrogating
that's
me
right.
about a
Let's go.
crime.
Let's have you
That is
just
why
playing a
you are
hypothetical in your own
drama
mind.
pedagogically
You just
framing
use
this conversation
narrative
that
in your
was
own
already
mind.
on
Endless
actually quite built
figurative
into some
piece of
kind of like hostile,
fakery.
guarded
Endless
environment
verbal cavity wall
of your
installation.
own inner frustration, really.
Yeah, if I just
Please
keep on
proceed
calling
with that.
people hostile, that automatically makes them hostile. Like the imagination on you is just hilarious.
That actually it is the imagination or the lack of actually just realization on you that is hilarious, because you construe this fakeness of I imagine this person as some kind of like sparring partner, and he's disagreeable, and because he doesn't agree with
Sorry,
me,
who's talking about police
the,
officers
the
when
constitution of a
no
cheap
police
fuck that
officers
caters
are
to
here?
believe,
You
and just
imagine
because he
police
doesn't
officers,
believe with
not
me
me.
and the rest
You
of this herd
believe
what is real or
me.
not, because he wants to rather know what is real or not, and is bold and able-bodied to stand in his knowledge and actually not just fall and have loss of integrity and like stumble for some rocks about what is real or not because he's fumbling like me, just because I recognize that I have thought about a great logic, bro. Have fun with it. I mean,
Sorry,
if you want to keep on being
you
frustrated
were the
and
one.
need a
You were
masturbational fat afterwards, I mean, be your own guest, but you don't
you're
need all that
making
frustration
ridiculous.
in this room when we speak. You know, we can have a normal conversation.
Yeah, normal conversations don't talk in terms of like everyone's like policing the conversation or anything like that. Like
I completely agree. So if we can return to that
you
problem
went
spirit conversation we had, me and you, and
if you want
eggshells
to be
at times.
interrupting Fuckwit and not get talked over, don't talk over other people, right? So when you're talking about police officers and stuff, you're creating a narrative of falsehood. So like, why don't you like be consistent?
Well, I can
I mean,
speak if
you
I'm muted.
Glovers are retarded. I mean, you really are.
Oh, I'm unmuted. Okay.
You need help. They
No,
have that
they're
pointed
not
out to you
retarded.
sometimes.
No, they're not
We're
retarded.
retarded.
Yeah, I mean, like Pazza,
Fuck
for
off.
instance, he was like, oh,
Fuck
watch out,
off. They're
Zant
not
is
retarded.
narrating, and now he's narrating more, and now he's putting like a little emphasis on his narration. That's literally a narration. Like Pazza was doing a literal narration, and they don't realize it. They need help.
Okay, I agree on parts that perhaps they are not aware of their own actions, but it doesn't make them retarded. Because if they are retarded by the said thing, then equally everyone else here too, really, like flat earther, concaver, and whatever religion, or you know, everyone's retarded. Like that's just a redundant generalization. It makes there's no reason to really waste time going into it. Really, it's a lost case to just
And none
sit
of that
and
seems to have anything
project
to
your
do with like measuring 3 angles from 3 different mountains. So again, you go into this red herring narrative and then talk about some sort of police officers instead of like just sticking to the topic. You
That's
just
you see right there, like right there. You just policed him. You literally said what he should or should not be allowed to say. That's policing. But you guys are just
Oh my
retarded.
God.
You're not even aware.
I'm just
You're not even
acknowledging
aware.
the topic was about a certain
Hey,
thing.
hey,
Get away from that topic. That's just acknowledging the situation.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's calm down for a second, and let's hear if, like Steve, me and Steve, we talk from time often and now and then, and we're having really good conversations. I really like talking with Steve, and he never actually misunderstands what I say, not so far.
Yeah.
So I wonder, Steve, what have you heard from what I've been saying? If you're actually listening now while you're here. Have you been able to follow along, and could you, if you may, like I think we need some fresh air in this room by someone who is well reasoned. Could you make or attempt to make like a sound representation of what I have been saying or attempted to say? Like Steve, are you here?
Yeah, no, I would well, I would just say mostly the interruptions are terrible, and so they won't let you speak without interrupting. So there's no complete communication being said, and so there's constant no point being validated from it's typical debate room where depending on where you're at, people are always going to be coming at you with their opinion.
Yeah, like Steve, I can sympathize with it. I don't know if it's like that. I've been in it for a while, so now it's just like a reset of a debate room, or if but some of these guys are old timers like Paz and Shubil, Larry, etc. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so is it just like, you know, when the new guys come in, like new guys to debating in general, they do this whole ad hom talk shit thing. But then you got oldies in here, so it's like I don't know, man.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not much progress ever done in. That's what I like about Zanuck is he's bringing honest conversation forward, and people don't want to have honest conversations. That's one thing you discover out there.
Tell me what he's addressed about the three angles from the mountaintop. I mean, what has he said about that? That made any sense?
Atmosphere. He stopped that. It's atmosphere, and then it got like just tackled and meditated.
It's a good thing. Good thing we don't need the input to complete a survey.
I'd love to
Well,
know
let's
what
talk about that. Hey,
somebody thinks they can summarize.
Let's go over that three angles to the. Let's go over that three angles to the mountaintops real quick because we're all familiar with it. So here I am sitting. Why are you interrupting, please? So I'm sitting here with a theodolite. I'm looking at, obviously, you said three different mountaintops. So the first damn thing I'm going to do is level the theodolite. So I got a level line to begin with, horizontal. So now I take an angle, boom, to another angle. What's your point from that point after that? We know how to take
the
angles.
second mountain. You go to the second mountain and do it again. And then go to the third mountain and do it again.
I just said that. We did that. We're established that. There's no problem.
Okay, now add them up. No, now add them up.
To what? Add up three different. I got 40 at one angle. I got 50 at another angle and 60. So what is that? I don't know, 140 or I didn't add it up, but whatever. We got an sum. What do you want?
Right. So when you get something along the lines of Pioche, White Pine, and Wheeler Peak, you get three different angles, and they add up to 180 degrees and 0 minutes and 34 arc seconds. And that's problematic for flat Earth.
No,
Especially
it's not.
these kind of. Yes, it
That's
is.
what you're saying. No, wait a minute. Stop. You're disagreeing on what me and you agreed on. First off, we have a theodolite set up in one location.
Incorrect. I said go to the second mountain.
Then rephrase your statement. Okay, because I was under the understanding I'm standing at one location looking at three different mountaintops.
Okay, you're at one location observing. You're at one location observing two mountaintops, and then you move to the other mountaintops, and each individually. So you've measured three angles by moving the instrument to the three mountaintops. You're on one, observing two, and you repeat that, and then you sum those angles. And in a planar scenario, it adds up to 180 degrees. Spherical trigonometry, it exceeds 180 degrees. In real world, we exceed 180 degrees if the triangle is significantly large.
But it would never give me an answer to nothing.
Triangles don't exceed 180 degrees, man. That's retarded.
In spherical trig, they do by definition.
Well, yeah, we all understand spherical trig. Yeah, it requires three great circles. But I mean, what's your point? You're not making sense right now.
Yeah, the sense is to be made is that it measures more than 180 degrees.
Yeah, because you did some weird angle measurements that don't happen in reality.
No, the theodolite carefully leveled, as you described, put in the three locations, and carefully measured all three angles, carefully, with a precision proper tool.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not really in the mood to talking too much this morning. I'm not quite ready to work yet. So I've been doing a couple things, but yeah, you can go back to Zanuck or No Tanks or people that want to talk to you. I don't feel like talking right now.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, you can go through multiple datums through multiple years in multiple countries and look at things like the borders of South Australia and measurably, basically prove that the lines of longitude converge as they go south. And at the north, they converge north. And so the distances from, say, 0 to 10 degrees at the Tropic of Cancer are shorter than 0 to 10 degrees at the equator, but it's shorter when you're like at the Tropic of Capricorn. And that's just not compatible with...
What is shorter? what I mean. I don't feel like arguing. I really don't feel like it either. I just feel you guys are stuck, and that's that. You're just stuck.
Right. So the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer are approximately the same radius. The larger of that two, there's a third one called the Equator, and that's the largest one of them all. So just deal with the measurement. The
There's
measurement.
there's nothing to deal with. There's nothing measured, dude. There's nothing to deal with. You're stuck.
Yeah, right. So
Imaginary lines converge.
they're not like you can
like
draw them
silly,
in the sand
silly,
if
you're
you want.
stuck.
Yeah,
Go ahead, draw them in the sand.
Bro, I can also let's say I make a theater, or we have I am let's say I'm fortunate enough to have the money to create the
Yawn,
theater.
fucking yawn.
Yeah.
Listen, I
Just
will give it.
close,
I'll give it
close,
to you. I'll give it to you guys also.
Let's,
On the globe side, like
even if it's
Zant,
a
I'll
yonder.
definitely want to hear him talk, but he does bloviate. Like you got, just say that. Just say, hey, dude, we want to get in too. Don't talk shit for an hour.
This sounds like one side just wants to psychoanalyze the other side and not come up with their own map, not come up with their own model, hands off, not responsible for it. And then the other side has a map, has a model, and is desperately trying to get the other side to like, but the other side doesn't want to do it.
Bro,
That's true.
I invite you
Somewhat.
to join my server. I don't live inside this model this complete
Bro, you're in the wrong channel, bud. You're over here trying to like be poetic and like philosophical and shit. Go to the politics server. This and the people here are focused on measurements, science, testable, repeatable, truth. People aren't trying to sit here and listen to themselves be philosophical. That's what you've been doing this morning.
Dude, not at all. That's a
I've
really
been told that repeatedly by lots of different people.
that's an attempt to make a character assassination. Yeah, but who are these different peoples, and are they actually do they actually carry Pathos logos and ethos?
One of these people, the last
you
time
know.
they spoke, they mentioned how both of the major tropics, Cancer and Capricorn, their radiuses, their distances around are approximately the same. They also pointed out how the equator is larger than both of those. And the first response was, what was it that No Tank said? Just disregarded it. Just fuck measurements. Fuck all that. No, all that is wrong. And then what happened was Zynak then proceeded to begin another session of psychoanalysis, which is where I cut him off. And now I'm done. Thank you.
What a
No, I mean, I said it the other day, Lori, but I'll say it again. What I'm saying is when people assert the tropics or the equator, that's just an assertion. That's not a measurement. So you have to go to the measurement, not just keep on saying there are the tropics and not ever go to the measurement of them.
Yeah. So let's go back to that measurement. The year is 1846. You're a Frenchman and you know how to bloody navigate. So you know how to go from one line of longitude to another along.
No. What is that, dude? So you're just asserting the things again.
No. Okay.
Yeah, he's creating a what if scenario about
No, it's
some
not a what if.
fictional
This has happened in
1758 year or
history.
something
If
like.
you got off your lazy ass and went on a boat,
Listen, bro, I'm
going
gonna theatrically represent what you just did. You said, "Okay, welcome to my fictional reality, where we will construe this example of it is
just need to
1975.
pretend.
Let's
You
imagine
just
we know
desperately
what
need
that
to
is.
pretend. You didn't
Imagination is
measure
obviously involved. So,
it.
what imagining, looking at things like what can we further imagine by drawing some inferences upon the measurements made between some localities, namely and respectfully some mountains. Now we go into standing here, then over there, and then over finally there. And then we have this thing right here, which we use to measure between these localities. Yeah, it's strange.
Yo, what's going on? What's going on? I just got in here. What's going on? Let's normalize this situation.
Yeah, let's
So what Viner
with that,
tries to do is just straw man like geodesy and like any kind of navigation that was like. Do you know the term knots, nautical miles per hour, and like how like people can actually measure how far they're going on the sea? Yeah.
That was to you, SC. Was it not? You addressed SC, no?
You should be able to tell. You're an expert of language.
I'm not an expert of something highly specific within a Play-Doh mold, like the constitution of Play-Doh. I don't know the constitution of Play-Doh, but I know its use and its abuse.
So you've already admitted you can go from one line of sight, turn your head in another, and like angle measurement.
Of course. Bro, of course, I can go out on the cemetery and go to one grave and then another grave and then lastly the bell tower, and I can measure between them.
Indeed, you can, and likewise, many a sailor would be able to go from one line of latitude at 45 north and to another at 45 north and know exactly how fast they're going, how long it took, where they were, and where they arrived, and then the bear they navigate. Like it's hard yard. They measured quite a significant distance. And then another set of people went to the equator and did the same. And so from those measurements, we were able to tell that not only was Earth curved, but it was oblate, not spherical and not prolate, because that's what Rene Descartes thought. And he thought incorrectly, and Newton was correct. His hypothesis was made and confirmed by measurement. And it's been repeated that way for many, many years. And like evading measurement is what you just need to do with linguistics.
Okay, so I will repeat this because it needs to be said. At least I feel that it needs to be said. So if you may let me allow to say it, which is this: that just because something has been repeated doesn't mean that it makes it more true. And that's really one of the fundamental flaws by
So
what
everything that you
trained
say and repeat, so you repetitively saying that things aren't repeatable isn't true.
Well,
so thanks for debunking yourself.
Just because, let's say, here is the good situation, just because your grandmother told you that it was best to use this spoon doesn't mean that perhaps the fork actually was the best tool. It could just be that she lacked the fork, or simply it was an emotional memory connected to the thing that she promoted as the most optimal.
And it's really interesting how humanity did make better tools like GPS satellite that you use to navigate while you do your Uber Eats delivery. Like, I don't really care if you doubt the globe. If you're using
just
GPS on your
because
phone,
you are in awe of instrument creation and human engineering,
it's not in awe. You said
you have some kind of fanboyism to it. Doesn't mean that it actually is so, let's say, highly intelligent.
I gave you the spoon and then I gave you the fork. It is nothing about admiration. It is just giving you two different instruments. And so you have to pretend that I'm like in awe instead of just acknowledging the fact.
I don't. I can hear that in your voice you are speaking out of admiration and inspiration and fondness to your own worldview that constitutes it by its modeling.
Pretending to understand what I'm saying when you couldn't understand what I was saying earlier.
Actually, I do, because I can also speak like this and intonate my voice by my felt sensation upon the world. And I see you now actually through the lived sensation of such an intonation that gives me such
I just
a
think
view.
it's poetic, but it's just drivel. It just doesn't mean anything. It's like when people say, "Oh, listen to me freestyle," but it doesn't even have the musicality of freestyle.
Check it out.
Listen to me freestyle your lived sensation. Holy shit, that should ring a bell.
The thing is, like, my lived sensation is that you're completely inconsistent with your analysis. one moment you think you can
In
channel my
accordance
voice,
with your
and then in
abased
another you
worldview,
can't.
yes, I
Like,
am.
your,
I'm not going to disagree
your
with that.
ears and your interpretation through your narrative is an inconsistent tool. You should abandon it. It's faulty.
Yeah, I am saying that actually it saddens me to see the what seems like borderline obsession, but really some kind of like necessity to keep using these things as if they are like a done deal. This is the actuality. Like you just kind of like
Further investigation
you're kind of like here is this supposed use of a thing, and you just simply that's it and
They
nothing
can't get on.
else.
They can't get on board with Triangle Earth. I don't know why. They should definitely accept Triangle Earth because, obviously, because we triangulate our position. So I mean, that therefore the Earth is a triangle. It only makes sense on a triangle.
Oh my God! Please save me from that world.
No, that is the truth, the hard truth that you must accept.
That my lordness.
Apparently,
Please,
successful navigation over long distances is some sort of an infatuation of instrumentalism, huh?
oh my God! Yeah, you here you have now researched it a little since last we spoke. So what have you figured out?
That long distance navigation requires spherical trig to do it safely and reliably, repeatably for centuries.
Okay, but I was hinting at instrumentalism. I caught the parallel because I called you an instrumentalist last time, did I not? Do you remember?
But you asked to use a fork, and then you asked to use a spoon, and then we present a knife, and you go, "Oh no, that's too like admiration filled." Like you're just pretending you hear these things in other people's voices and pretend it's fact. Like you don't know my intentions. You're
Well,
just
I heard
acting
it
like
too.
you have
I'll show
theory,
you
and
how
you
I know
actually
your
don't.
intention.
I don't think it's that great of a point. I don't think it's that great of a point, but I heard it too. Yeah, man. You know, a lot of people do that. A lot of people are like, no, look how great humans are. We're amazing. We've used these concepts to describe reality, and we are ultimate. We are absolutely this pinnacle of achievement, and they do love that. And it's you should be proud of yourself. But yeah, I heard it too. Not that it should be the focus. You even started it by Blake by painting a story. You're like, hey, imagine you're a Frenchman in the year 1817 or some shit like that.
Right.
And then you went on.
Okay,
Yeah, I mean, you were like glorifying the
I'm
grandness
just
of humans.
acknowledging history through like the efforts of other people who
yes,
actually
you are acknowledging history. So
got off their ass, got off Discord, or didn't even have access to in the first place, and actually measured something. Something like a portion of the Tropic of Capricorn has been measured. A portion of the equator has been measured. A portion of like the Antarctic
the thing itself, which is
the borders of South Australia have been
the
measured.
borders. How can it only be measured by a portion if we have access to the entirety of the planet or the alleged planet? It should be measurable in its entirety from the perception of that being the planet, and you could project that onto a ball. Yet you are inept of such a basic feature if it in fact is a ball.
It's like your willful ignorance to like
What did
not
Sinek
look
say? He
into the-
hinted and pointed out something really and extremely important. Let's see if the freedom of speech movement, called the Truth Seekers, managed to listen to what he has said. What did Sinek point out, Sage?
Sage, what did Zynact just point out?
Hopefully she got it.
Zynact pointed out measurement limitations and human perceptions.
Oh yes, I did. Okay, please tell it. Sage, can you please go a little more into depth?
Sage, can you please go a little bit more into depth?
Sage doesn't know shit. Sage, what's my favorite color? What number am I thinking of?
Sage, can you please go a bit more in depth?
No, he actually tried to retard Sage by saying that with the color, so that we could get a retardation of me
Depth?
saying. But
What a shallow request.
What is that?
What the
HTTP request?
why did it not respond to
Dive
going into
deeper,
depth?
but don't drown in nonsense.
There you go. Dive deeper, but don't drown in nonsense. Oh, it did it to both times. Oh, because it fired the thing twice. Oh, I've got a doubling up in the.
It's
Anyway.
precisely because of that kind of navigation of like exploring the known world and the unknown world and getting the coordinates that like more and more and more of the world was known until it's defined to a reasonably adequate resolution that we can call it a globe. Like the existence of
but listen
like
to your language.
the simple
One second,
existence
man.
of a blood moon.
Please respect what I'm attempting to share with
flat
you.
Earth
Just
right
take a
up
break
the
there.
arse.
Like, take a breath, please, man. Listen, please. Take a breath there, and listen to what you
No, I
just said.
don't need to obey you. You don't need to command me.
Oh, good.
I'm not commanding you, but I'm asking you, like, please, let me comment on what you just said and show you something in the words that you used. You said that it would, well, you didn't say infer, but you said that it, the word lost me. I think you said something along the lines, if I can quote you correctly, please correct me if I misquote you. You were saying that the globe then could be inferred.
No.
What did you say? Could you please repeat it?
I
Go a
said-
little back and repeat it, because I did not grasp or not hear you.
Okay.
Can you repeat it? Yeah.
These three simple things make a flat Earth.
Which are? One second. You're a little too quick for me. 1 second. These three things. Which three things again?
Yep.
It sounded like he was telling you that. It sounds like you were asking the question and then interrupting the answer.
Yeah. So
look at that giant block of text of you asking a question, ostensibly.
Sunrise and sunset, time zones, and the blood moon.
Okay. These three, okay?
Yeah.
Sunrise and sunsets, the blood moon, and the last one was?
Time zones.
Time zones, great. These are actually really important topics. I agree. Yeah, what about these three?
Since these three things exist as our experience on Earth, our experience of reality tells us that this reality isn't flat. Because those three things are incompatible.
No. All of those can be experienced without necessitating a globe or a flat.
No.
That's where you're wrong. No. That's a false dichotomy. No. It can.
I didn't create a false. I said
beyond. The thing itself can exist beyond interpretation.
That world incompatible. It might work on concave. It might work on.
Now be afraid of the logic Sinek induces if you indeed are a shill, because no, it does not need to exist within a dichotomy
I
that
didn't
actually
claim it
is a
needed a
limitation
dichotomy, and to
on
claim that
the
I claimed a dichotomy shows how
thereof.
unable
Speaking
you are to
out
listen to
of
people
imagination.
as some alleged language expert who can't listen
Your
to people.
language exposes you speaking through ideation, and in said landscape, it exposes your the
ideation
of the mind that you have. It's
You're
pretty
speaking
easy.
through ideation. Haven't you realized the problem? It's been right in front of you all along. You're speaking through ideation.
Yeah, this guy is attempting to make it sound ridiculous, as if
I don't have to do
having
much.
an ability
Good night,
to
all.
discern.
I gotta go. I've got to go. Just sleep through some
You sure do.
ideation.
Yeah,
But
go.
have a good one. Thanks for testing out my bot for me, Zynak. That was good fun.
Yeah, no problem. I'm glad that you're just gonna leave as you came, without any change, and still obviously you like to
Still just better than somebody on their way out.
you
All right, mate.
definitely
You're better
like
than me.
to make fun of
You're
me. I
better
don't
than
know why
everybody.
you have I don't know why you have the need to constantly attempt to like make fun of me or reduce me. I mean grow up, please.
It's not reducing you. I think you're probably quite lovely. You seem to be very interesting and have a broad vocabulary and do a quite cool job and live in a quite cool house. It's just
Yeah,
the incredibly long
definitely do.
waffling and the habit that you're spending all of that waffling time talking down to people, really. Like other people don't understand the world and you do, but you need to spend giant chunks of time doing so. That's the thing. It's not who you are. I like who you are. The behavior could shift a little bit. Yeah, for sure. I think you'd appreciate it. If it started to shift, I think you'd notice the benefits and be like, well, that was a good shift. Honestly. Everybody tells you this every time you're around, whether I'm in VC or not. I say it. I know I've said it to you about 6 other times, but I've also been in VC and just listening and doing stuff in the background and heard people say the same thing. You get it a lot. Whether you're going to change this habit at this stage in life, unlikely, but don't keep pretending to be surprised about it.
Oh, I don't pretend. Never going to pretending, and we can talk about that next time if we remember.
Talk about it, do we though? Do we ever really talk, or do I say something and then you waffle?
Well, let's. It depends. We can expand that vocabulary as well. So let's explore that next time we talk or whatever we do.
Sure.
Maybe I just gasp and fart.
Fart and sniff
Just
it.
kidding.
Yeah.
And then actually I live life at the same time or something. Who knows?
Sure. Well,
No
we're all
sniffing.
on
No,
Discord, so
I don't do that. That's
I
for
don't
sad.
think that's going to be a winner.
That sniffing part that can someone else can be doing that.
I know,
I
considering
think those sniffers are
sunset,
kind of bad.
considering that sunset, time zones, and a blood moon can all exist within 6 hours of each other. No, you're flat.
Kind of cool.
An approximately planar world is just an untenable position to hold.
That sounds great. I should experience that once in my life if that really is a thing.
Sure. I could look up the next.
I should travel. How do I accomplish that? Like, what should I do to experience that within 6 hours? Like, how can I see a human being do that, or a being? Do you know? Okay, then I guess
I'm
I can
researching the options. I'm looking for what Eastern Europe, nearest location. Yeah, is that acceptable?
Yeah.
Or any area? Any?
So I would have to travel to Eastern Europe. I can do all 3 there, or is it in drivable range, or do I need to use a plane or a train or something?
I'm not sure of the distances you're willing to travel. So
Well, what is required to do that within the allotted time that is stated, which was 6
right.
hours.
Okay.
We are enough people in here again.
How's the 7th of December? 7th of December,
Sorry?
2025. 7th of September, 2025. How's that work for you?
What do I need to do at that day?
Well, because time zones already exist, you know, for you, it's your time. For me, it's about 3 a.m. in the morning. So that's already taken care of. And that will be continually being taken care of in reality. So on the 7th of September, you'll be able to watch a sunset and the blood moon within 6 hours of each other from your location.
Okay. How do you know my location? Will that be exact?
I think you're somewhere between Great Britain and India, south of Norway, north of Cape Town.
Okay, so pretty broad range will can do the
Yeah,
same
yeah,
thing.
yeah. That's how obvious the blood moon will be. Yeah.
Well, it wasn't obvious for me,
Yeah. Well,
but okay.
7th to the 8th of September, lunar eclipse total.
Yeah. Okay, you know what? I will schedule it on my server. Let's see.
Okay.
I could do such a thing. That would be fun, actually.
Yeah.
Maybe. Let's see, 7th of September. Yeah, I think that could work. Let's see. Create an event. Voice channel. Create a stage. Ah, that's how you do that. Okay. So we call it. Did you say 7th of September? 2025.
Yeah.
And then we write. Do you have a time of day? I live in Norway, so GMT +1.
And
If I write blood moon. Blood moon
7:30. Sorry, 8. Call it 8 p.m. your time.
Yeah. Okay. So I will have an event, and I will witness the blood moon, and then should I? Should I, let's see, what should I say? Like, what do you want me to be doing that time if I observe it? Like, is there something that I should take into consideration upon the observation?
Yeah,
If I observe it, yes.
you are allowed to consider that I'll be in a different time zone.
You want to
And
be joining the event?
yeah.
Okay, let's see. Participators. And how do I properly write your name now? I'm inside this thing.
Does it have to be only for us two, or is like it
No,
public?
I'm inviting everyone who wants. Yes, it's publicly
Oh, okay.
accessible. Everyone can join. Can join. What do you say? Do you want to join?
Yeah. Just make it open to basically all.
Yeah. So you are oblate spheroid or anvil? Sorry.
Yeah.
How do I write that again? OBL 8. Is that correct? And then
O apostrophe BL number 8. But it might autocorrect.
I'll check afterwards if it's correct. I'll put in your right name.
If it's open to all, like I'll get the notification. Anyway. So the interesting thing about that
What's your event?
for me, It will be 4:11 a.m. and I will be seeing the total lunar eclipse when it reaches me.
So we call it total lunar eclipse.
Yeah.
Also known as blood moon. Was that correct?
Yeah. Well,
or what did you call it earlier?
yeah, we'll call it blood moon. Yeah.
Red moon, is that correct?
Yeah, blood. Like because the moon basically is receiving light through Earth's atmosphere and just Rayleigh scattering. It's a complex topic, but yeah.
Supposedly, I can see that within your worldview. Yeah. Total lunar eclipse. Amazing.
Yeah. So for me, it will be because of time zones and the international dateline. For me, it will be Monday, the 8th of September at 1:28 a.m. through to about 6 a.m. So when I'm waking up for work early, I can set an alarm at 4 o'clock in the morning and wake up to my portion of the total lunar eclipse.
Yeah. Okay, so now I made a channel in my Discord.
Right.
Or I could likely come here as well, who knows? But maybe it's a good way to test the call it philosophy or epistemology that I have created, because I actually think that it's redefining. It gives a scientific explanation to phenomena that is lacking, because it actually manages to properly give language to actions that people are miscategorizing or characterizing, or seem to have an inability to explain. Which makes it quite more interesting when one is studying different things, because that extrapolated vocabulary gives deeper perspective on the matter, because, well, by language extrapolation you also get like a larger perspective, a developed one. So that would be well, sounds like my claim, but I guess, okay, I claim Rindalismo can work in that way. So we can test it, and I can see, how I can test it with, for example, the language from that. Let's say if it was, given a scientific explanation to phenomena, then I can give that scientific explanation through Rindalismo as, let's say, an explanatory power.
So your sunset on I got it's September, not December.
You said September the 7th, I think.
Yeah.
At 8 p.m. GMT +1. So I wrote that.
I don't know if I mentioned GMT with my time. I just read the time where it would be in Norway.
Whoops, I went there. Well, sorry, I managed to leave and come back. What did you ask me now, or what did you say?
I don't think I mentioned GMT. I just mentioned local Norway time for that September date.
Yeah, actually, Norway is only has one local time, so it will always be exact or correct.
Yeah.
Or perhaps not all the way in the north. Actually, I should look at.
So yeah, that'll be your winter, of course. Maybe autumn. My autumn, your spring. But either way,
No, I will have autumn.
yeah. And I'll be having spring in Australia. Yeah.
The could be I don't know. Okay.
Says the
Now
sun.
we have made the plan. Great.
Is that the CEST time? Central European Daylight.
What equipment
Yeah,
is
yeah.
there equipment required for me for this actually? That would be important to know. Do I require equipment or can I just use my eyes?
Yeah, it's at night, and there will be no harm to your eyes. For the sunset, I might recommend not looking at the sun directly, but you can observe the sun go behind the horizon like a coin in a piggy bank. The time zones will be confirmed by me in Australia that I'm definitely in a different part of the world, and the blood moon will be a factor as
So
well.
what will happen if we take a picture of the eclipse at the exact same time? If let's say we could, would that mean that
I am GMT plus 10, so I will also be having my own like blood moon experience. Like I said, at about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, my time.
Okay, but at the moment it happens for us both, or is that a false? Is that already proven to be not the case? Will it happen at the same time or not?
Let me check what.
So you're saying we can we triangulate the sun or something? Like where do you want to go with this?
I'll be able to have a sunset time zone and blood moon experience because of the international dateline on the 8th at 4 a.m. But for you, it will be the 7th at around the time that I mentioned. I think it was 8:30 or something.
So when we speak on the phone, we will experience it at the same time.
I'm roughly 8 hours ahead of you, so that's the time zone thing.
But in our
Yeah,
own
so
time zones.
yeah. So
Sure. So
because I'm plus 8 hours, my blood moon will be 8 hours basically after yours. So maybe we
will it
could
not
see.
be happening at the same time when we're speaking on the phone? Like, wouldn't you be saying yes, occurring, and I yes, occurring here and there? Doesn't happen after. But you have a different time zone, sure, to
Yes,
adjust for
exactly. And it's
another
not an
concept.
adjustment. It's like I will literally see the same thing about six hours later because the Earth rotates. Yeah.
But actually, this is
And the moon orbits.
there is some kind of I feel illogic to placing a time zone to adjust for saying that the day is when there's light of the sun, and then when it is gone and it is dark,
Like
it is night. And then
my solar noon is
time is
about 6.
oriented towards when it's light and when it's dark, and this creates kind of a there is some false logic that is being made here that I am yet to study. It's going to be interesting because yeah, I can sense that there is something here that doesn't make sense. So I'm gonna check it out.
It's extremely difficult to reconcile with a approximately planar world.
What the fuck? That's a radical doubt statement. You remember what I said about doubt? Was you here for it?
Sure.
Sure. Okay. Recount what I said, please.
No thanks.
Okay. So, why is that?
I just look forward to other conversations and experiencing your observation of the sunset, blood moon, and time zone, while I'm in a different time zone, not able to see it for another 6 hours. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds good.
All right.
And if something comes up or something, yeah, then let me know, and I can, you know, maybe I do something else with the event. I don't know. But yeah. Let's leave it at that for now. Okay.
Yeah, cool. I look forward to other kinds of conversations because I think, like the shape debate is done and dusted for me. So I'm interested in other things in life, and your attitude to other subjects I find intriguing. So, yeah.
Yeah, I am glad you say that because I do agree. I feel that for my own sake, talking about models is I guess perhaps it creates the sentiment because I have artistic background, but it just it feels like talking about a painting you want to create, but then it's never painted. Then it actually never gets a real form.
Right.
Like it's like
But,
me who wants to be painting a picture, and I can have a tool to draw or paint, etc. But then it actually never gets into being an existing by or through me doing it.
Yeah,
And that
in a poetic sense, like the existence around us is painting a picture so that we can look at that reality and acknowledge that, real things are happening, real people exist, and if we can reduce being a bystander and be a participant in the change, I would encourage that. Yeah.
that sounds really wise, and yeah, now I'm looking forward to it. That's really important. Yeah, there are people who just are really normal people who find all of this like I think there's actually quite a lot like me who do not really need an explanation to what something is in order to feel perfectly at peace and really with ease with what things are. It's not really something that creates fear or sort of
and how you speak comes from a field of experience, be that tone of voice or something that you think somebody had a tone, and it's probably wise to say did you mean to say it in a insert emotion way, or was it something else? And they'll let you know. Oh,
Yeah, it was
perhaps
good.
no time. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, I agree with that. That
Okay. So it's more of a question than an accusation. Like at the moment, we both seem calm, level-headed, and I think you would agree because,
yeah,
yeah. And so,
it's
we
easy.
can both kind of tell that like a speech is genuine and there's less enthusiasm in the air, perhaps. Whether that enthusiasm might be confused for anger or something else, that is a discussion to say like, hey, Anvil, or hey, Zonak, are you mad or are you just being passionate or enthusiastic or yeah, I'll let you name the emotion instead of me.
Well, going into asking questions in wonder is it does sound like what I'm getting from what you're saying. Like putting, if I'm to like attempt to make a translation in my my own view of things, you say I have extensive vocabulary, so now I'm testing it.
Yeah, I would recognise that like being raised in and around Norway is a different experience to being raised in Australia. So there are different sort of speech patterns that I've learnt over the years to say to my fellow Australians, no, you're being sarcastic. It's kind of funny, but I'm willing to let it go. Versus you're actually trying to like have a go at me, calm down, and then like you say like, oh, I wasn't getting upset. I was just getting enthusiastic. I'll go, oh, okay, my bad. And it's just like, yeah, you just clarify, and that's as simple as the conversation needs to be.
Yeah, that is exactly it. You give now. Oh man. Yes, I have tried to make that case many times. I tried to make the point that you now gave. Definitely a couple of times here, not perhaps too many, but on EA that has been something I have tried over and over, and it's actually why I got banned. Like, really, why I got banned. It's not a joke. And that's what Geo calls me a sociopath for. He like what? I I was speaking on there. There was this conflict that was going on the server. I was speaking over there, and I was actually helping them calm down the environment because they were going. They were actually quite getting enraged. And then I think this one guy, I'm not going to mention the name, but I think many of you know who he is actually. He sounded like he had like a mental breakdown. He couldn't. He was getting like sounds like he was about to get a gun or something, like really crazy. And that was a situation actually. There also was earlier a situation where someone came into to masturbate when I spoke. Like what? I don't know what's going on over there sometimes, but it's really yeah. But anyhow, I spoke up in that situation and I helped calm down the person. But all that stress that he had created, Geo couldn't handle it, so he was very stressed. And like he couldn't even think straight because I guess he himself had some kind of emotional reaction to what was being said. And he said that if someone thinks they are better at moderation, I'm gonna give them a moderation role, like they can temporarily help me moderate. He said that, and then I said, okay, yeah, I want that. Please provide me that. And then instead of actually giving that to me, like, I'll help you, something I said, I think, actually, yeah. And instead of giving it to me, he decided to ban me. And that's the ban, actually. So then he writes to me in the text chat that I am a sociopath. How does this even connect? What the fuck? It's so.
Yeah, I've been on the receiving end of like anti-globe sentiment as well. It's like, oh, it's like it's within my skill set to do a measurement like this, and I'm looking forward to contacting the surveyors and doing such a thing, because
Yeah.
it's like there are multiple businesses in and around Queensland and several mountain peaks that are like at least, I don't know, 40
I
kilometers
have.
away. Yeah, so
I could
like
go
it's
to a high location myself, but
yeah,
depends if I have camera to like record it with. I would have to use my phone. I could do that, but
yeah.
it's not good.
Like I've had full-time work for about 10 years now, and so like asking work for like a week off and then just making a phone call to say like, hey guys, I'd like to like just join you, just check if you're doing everything right, and just have a look through the telescope, line it up, and write down a few angles myself.
Does that mean that you can stream it?
It might be an
Like,
option, but I'd like to
yeah.
do it first, just by personal experience, and then like think about any like sort of face reveal later, and I'll contemplate that option.
Maybe you can vlog it. We can look
Yeah,
at it.
I could, I could give it a go.
But if
I would
if
probably
you do
avoid
that,
filming my own face or the face of the co-workers, but yeah,
but if
definitely
you
the
do
instruments.
yeah.
Yeah.
But if you
I
do
could.
that at the time of the event, then you won't be participating, I guess. But
Oh
was
no,
that not the blood?
this is a different thing. This other thing can happen any old time.
Oh, okay. What is that again?
The blood moon, the lunar eclipse is like a specific time, and for me it'll be about 4 a.m. like 6 hours after you.
What is this other thing that you're mentioning now? I didn't catch that.
Oh, the surveying. It's called work experience, and often people of the age 17 plus can make a phone call and say, my school or university or my workplace has allowed me to take some time off to do some work experience. And is that okay with you? You fill in a couple bits of paperwork saying, yeah, no, I'll behave myself. I'll be safe. Like we'll be up on a mountain, so take care of like nature, this, that, and the other. And yeah, I'll keep as much detail as I can. Take as about 70 photos. There'll be some measurements in there, and I think it'll be a good experience, and I can share that.
Yeah, you could try.
Yeah, and like most Australian companies are open to something like work experience for younger people, but I think how I've been able to communicate with you and you with me, I think my sincere nature will carry through to make that an appetizing opportunity for both myself and the surveying team. Because
Let's see if we can make it. Let me know if there's something you need to update me about, I guess, and
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
I can make an announcement to the event. I'm gonna write some information. So
Yeah, like
if
September's a little bit away, but
there's a lot,
I
yeah,
can
there's a
get
lot
a
of things.
little bit more details closer to the event. But
There's a lot of
that
things that have been said now. So you could,
mm,
if you're able to recount it and summarize it to me and send it to me on text, then
yeah,
I
yeah,
can provide that information in the event if that's
yeah, yeah.
something.
So for your 7th of September, I think it is. Maybe it's the 8th. I'll just double check my info because time zones and the international dateline are an issue, being being +10 GMT. So yeah, being +2 shouldn't be too much of an issue for the Norway folk. But yeah, no, good chat, and I don't know if anyone else wants to have a conversation about another topic because I think yeah we've come through the other end of a topic with a good resolution. So I'm happy with that.
Okay, then I'm gonna say goodbye for now, and I'll be on at a later time. Bye.
There's no such thing as geodesic surveying. Is there any mods in here? If you guys are going to sit here in silence, at least take DMOC off mute, for Christ's sakes.
Are you guys doing something?